Gotta go. Ha! Fools! From the dark pits of the hell of Grotuville, it is once again Halloween evening, and this is the 2021 Grotuville Spectacular Spook Show a Go-Go. We're going to be live and undead for the next however many hours as we celebrate Halloween in Grotuville. You will be seeing cartoons, and we'll have guests later. Gotta eat some fucking excuse my language. We're going to have to I lied earlier. Apparently I said I've never had Vietnamese food, and my wife tells me you used to have it all the time because we ate at this place called The Italia, and the Italian man married a Vietnamese woman, and they opened a restaurant. This is Vietnamese food and Italian food mixed together. And so we just ordered some food from Vietalia because I can't go out to pick out food because my alternator or belt or something is making horrific noise. I didn't even go into work. We have this great mechanic. The guy that sold me the car is open tomorrow, but not today. So I got to go get my car fixed 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. See what's going to happen there. But anyway, hello, Gotham City Comics, and hello, Tylux the Mighty. We're going to be starting this show in a few minutes, but first I'm gonna run some cartoons and things till I get settled and we're able to get the show started formally. So let's see what we can do here. Hold on a moment. Uno momento, por favor. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on a second, guys. No worries. Let's see. I'm going to share screens with you. Share screen. Share screen. Chrome tab. Okay. All right. This is just the pregame. We'll be having fun with our big Halloween party in just a little bit. Gotta make sure the lights are turned off in the front porch so we don't get any of those horrifying kids asking for treats. Let's see. Oh, that's not good.
Chicken you used to steal, I don't steal no more. Crap you used to shoot, I don't shoot no more. Dog you used to chase, I don't chase no more. Get ready, brother. Your time has come. Stand up, sinner, we got you at last. You can't get away, there's no time to play. Your finish is going to be fast. Brothers and sisters, come on, get hot. We'll have you take your photo and tie your bones in a knot. Did it down, did it down, did it down. Bit bit of bone, did it down. Brother, you sure gonna get your face lifted and a permanent shave. Where you want your body sent? Body? Huh? There ain't gonna be nobody. You can't make any excuse. Go look till we pick up you. When you stand up, or make it chicken slow. You're at the end of your rope, so just give up all hope. When you stand up. Respect you like a giraffe, maybe what you would have. Just give up your life. When you stand up.
It's here. It's alive. It's moving. It's coming this way. It's the wolf monster. A new ghastly creature from the world of darkness, evil, and horror. Frightening, fear-filling, fiendish, and fantastic horror is here. new horror curse is unleashed as the hideous wolf monster is brought to life. From out of the crypts of undead beings comes a maniacal, blood-mad demon seeking new living victims. A new grotesque killer with new frightening themes to shock you speechless. You'll meet the vampire doctor, master of unholy witchcraft, the ghoul woman, a female demon whose kiss means doom, and the fantastic flesh-mad wolf monster. Don't miss Frankenstein's Bloody Terror. It's a super shock spectacle of hideous horror in Chillerama 70 and gaudy color.
graveyard late at night and seen a coffin open?
Have you ever thought what it would be like to see a person's head amputated?
Think of things so horrible that the human mind cannot imagine them.
See all this and more when you see on stage, in person,
that crazy mixed up Dr. Evil and his heirs of the unknown.
Unlike anything that you ever seen or heard of in the past.
Hideous creatures from beyond the grave leave the stage and grab girls right out of their seats.
Girls, do not come alone. Bring your boyfriend to protect you when the lights go out.
You may find a live snake or rat under your seat.
A real dead body is given away to some lucky person at every performance.
Also, in person,
the Mummy and King Kong, famous Hollywood gorilla, real and alive,
was on the screen. 2 horrific motion pictures.
Dr. Evil and his Terrors of the Unknown
was 2 horrific pictures.
Sorry, it's a silent cartoon. Let's put some music on.
Lower than human scum. And it's interesting because I will sometimes start up a conversation with baby boomers, in the demographic.
From the back of my car, I got a comic book show coming up next week. Bringing cartoon papers and superhero feeds. I'm a comic book American. You know I'm a comic book American.
Well, Ladies and gentlemen, let's see. How do I do this? Well, Grotto Olaf returning, waiting for the delivery of the some kind of sandwich that I'm going to consume, and then we'll begin our program. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Man, let's see. Spectator is watching. He salute Gratu and the chat. And Roy the Cat says, Happy Halloween, Groot. Felix Maldonado, Happy Halloween, Dr. Orloff. Yes, Happy Halloween to all of you. Have a go, Hero Comics. Gratu, will you see the Eternals movie? I'm not hearing very much promising stuff about the Eternals movie. I bought the comic book when it came out, and what was that, about 1976? I bought some of the issues. It wasn't a comic that, other than the fact that Jack Kirby drew it, it wasn't really something that anyone ever remembered. For decades, it sat in the 50-cent quarter bins. And now all of a sudden, I guess I'm not hearing good things about the movie. Yes, I'll see it. Will I see it in the theaters, or will I see it when it comes on Disney Plus is the question. I'll have to, I'll think about it. Oh, Eric Breen's here. Happy Halloween, everyone. The show's going to start formally in a little bit. I'm just running cartoons while I wait for the food to show up. And I guarantee you it will be a great spectacular. Hopefully lots of you will show up and want to come on screen, and we'll have a fantastic evening. Anyway, you got 5 people watching. Fantastic. I just remember that Night Tiger Comics has a show tonight too, a live show. I hate that I'm going on against him. I don't know if he started yet. I should take a look and see. Yeah, because he'll have some amazing Golden Age comics. Maybe we can watch his show live here on this show.
It's a boy
in a window.
It's a dog. That's my baby.
Here I am in a loony episode. I wonder why a man.
Anyway, I'll be back later after I consume some flesh of a swine.
My baby in Superman's hand. My baby's on comic book crazy. My baby's on comic book crazy.
This looks like a job for Superman.
My baby's gone comic book crazy. What do I have to do to keep my love hot? The girl ain't satisfied with what she's got. Now Donald Duck is sitting on my chimney top. He's waiting to take my baby to the red hot. My baby's gone comic book crazy. My baby's gone comic book crazy. All the girl can say is
Quack, quack.
my baby's gone comic book crazy. All night long, Woody Woodpecker is knocking. And all day long, Bugs Bunny is crunching. I asked that girl, how do you spell rat? Now you know that everybody knows that. She turned around, I think she looked at me, she said, my baby's gone comic book crazy. My baby's gone comic book crazy.
This looks like a job for Superman.
My baby's gone comic book crazy. My baby's gone comic book crazy. My baby's gone comic book crazy.
That's all, folks.
So I go to the corner to hurry around the road. I watch the happy looking couple go by. The soul in love I can't see. The cop on the beat, the man in the moon, and me. Around the corner, there's a party of friends. Around the corner, I will. Top on the go to my room, open the door. There's nothing but room, so I go to the door.
Car number 44, stand by. Car number 44, stand by. Another mummy has been stolen from the museum. Proceed at once. mummy, the mummy, the mummy, the mummy, the mummy.
Shut up.
Stop. Sit down.
Yes, ma'am.
You're just in time to dine.
Ah. I don't like dark meat.
Monster, a true story of a legend that becomes an unholy horror.
Oh my God, is that an eye?
I don't know.
You must cleanse your sinful souls and drive out these evil creatures.
Over there. My God.
Film World magazine calls it the terror film of the year.
I don't believe it. It's as big as a whale.
Monster, starring Jim Mitchum, John Carradine, Phil Carey, and Andrea Hartford.
One take four. Action.
Okay, Mr. Hitchcock.
Just a moment. There may be some of you who have never acted in pictures before, and so perhaps I should explain the scene we are about to shoot. When I say roll 'em, a most unfortunate phrase, you are to put your hand in your pocket or purse, take out your wallet, and peel off a bill like this. Then hold on to it for the next shot. If you don't have a bill handy, coins will do. Naturally, being actors, your first question will be, what is my motivation? While the ladies are putting on their makeup, I shall explain. You are doing this as your part in building medical research for your own benefit in the world's war against lung diseases. They are diseases that kill a man a minute throughout the world. The individual workers in our industry have supported the research and healing work of their Will Rogers Hospital and O'Donnell Research Laboratories for more than a third of a century. but the job has grown so enormous that we are in urgent need of your help. After 10 years of research, the Will Rogers Laboratories have created an anti-TB vaccine. From this can come great health blessings for all of you. Will Rogers is helping build up the force of doctors demanded by our country's growing population. That is your motivation. Obviously, it is more than adequate, as I notice one method actor in the rear of the theater is about to give us the shirt off his back. We appreciate it very much, sir, but unfortunately, there are rules about taking one's clothes off in a movie theater. Now to review quickly. When the house lights go up, reach for that bill or coin. Clutch it tightly until the Will Rogers volunteers send containers through your row. Then drop in your contribution and pass the box to your neighbor. Remember, this is for medical research in diseasing of breathing for the benefit of all mankind, for someone you love, perhaps even for yourself someday. Very well, Jack, roll 'em.
Cosmic Quest has one of America's largest supplies of Doctor Who, the longest-running science fiction show in history. Plus, Tulsa's largest inventory of Star Trek material and paperbacks. Also, baseball and science fiction gum cards. And role-playing games, including Champions and Starfleet battles. We carry a huge inventory of comic books, new and rare, including direct sales titles, such as Red Star, Vigilante, and Infinity Incorporated. Come in and see that comic books are a great investment for collectors, not just for kids anymore. We also carry original movie posters and can special order older posters. Come to Cosmic Quest, next to the Bowman Twin Theater. Bring your ticket stub for 20% off of all movie posters.
Many years ago, this was our town, USA. Our family and neighbors lived in the most beautiful land that man would ever see. One day, some tourists stopped by on their way west. They were as excited about our beautiful location as we were. A little too excited. In fact, they were thoughtless and wasteful. They just didn't seem to know the rules about living in the forest. Well, before long it happened. A wildfire destroying everything in its path. And within a few minutes, our beautiful home was gone. 100 years have passed. Times have changed. But some people haven't. Their carelessness still causes more than 90,000 forest fires every year.
Remember, only you can prevent forest fires.
Where do you go for fast, friendly service and great food? The Spud Shop, that's where. Featuring the ultimate baked potato, plus baked bread daily, Italian ices for a unique dessert, hot dogs and nachos for the kids, and a great selection of salads. There's over 25 different ways to build the most unique meal you've ever had. So visit the Spud Shop. You can dine in or carry out, and there's 2 convenient locations to serve you. See you soon. Do it all in one stop at All Cape Tire and Auto. We do general repairs, including wheel alignment, brakes, shock absorbers, and exhaust systems. We also carry a full line of major brand tires for cars, trucks, vans, and off-road vehicles at low prices.
What is it? Say, what is it? Hey, why, it's Buttercup. Popcorn and sweet cream butter, too hot popcorn. Mix it up, wrap it up, Buttercup is born.
It's delicious.
So nutritious.
It's a taste delight.
It's so munchy, crisp and crunchy. You'll enjoy each bite. Eat butter drenched Buttercup popcorn at its best.
Served in a king-size cup.
It beats all the rest.
When you let Jet Tire Company put tires on your car, it's fast. Another load of Delta tires for Jet Tire Service. Let Jet men put tires on your car. It's super quick. Check others' prices, then come to Jet for the best deal. Jet sells and services fleets of cars and trucks. Jet Discount Tires is a full-service tire company. See Jet first for tires that last. Jet Tire Company, North Main, McAllister.
You are invited to join the banshees, the werewolves, the vampires, the gooks, who are all coming to our Halloween convention of spooks. You'll enjoy this lively group if your blood doesn't end up in the soup. Practice your screams. Break out your shrouds. tighten your nerves, and join the crowds at our convention of spooks.
Shows combined. Super Shocker #1, Dr. Macabre's Frightmare of Movie Monsters. Imagine seeing almost all the screen's scariest monsters alive, in person. Hunchback of Notre Dame, Teenage Frankenstein, Daughter of Dracula, The Fly, a man's body, a fly's head. Rodan, the Flying Monster, the Colossal Beast, and more, many more, never here before. Plus, Super Shocker #2, Spooks A-Poppin', a thrilling new idea in spook shows. We double dare you to see this double header of super monstrous, superhuman, super shockers in person on the stage.
you weren't home? Your girl run off with another guy? Your tires all flat? And your engine blown up? Don't be discouraged. You haven't seen anything yet until you attend our Friday the 13th Jinx show. This could be the end of everything, because if the Jinx doesn't get you, our show will scare you to death. Live monsters may roam among you. Anything can happen and probably will. So if you think things can't get any worse, take a chance and come to our Friday the 13th Jinx show. See lobby poster for time and date.
A new high in blood-curdling horror. 4 blood-chilling shockers on one gigantic screen program. Mind Snapper number 1. Bloodbath. Shrieking, mutilated victims caged in a black pit of horror. Bone Freezer number 2. Queen of blood. Hideous beyond belief with an inhuman craving. Heartstopper number 3. Blood of Dracula. In her eyes, desire. In her veins, the blood of a monster. Pulse Pounder number 4. Bucket of blood. Your laughs will turn to shriek. 4 fiendish, frenzied, fanatical, blood-draining killers on one gigantic screen program. Bloodorama. The movies that will give you nightmares forever. Bloodorama.
Houston and the original Houston's Hallucinations, starring the girls with Hex Appeal, Joyce Harris, Kathy Bard, Sherry Winters, Cindy Curtis. Girls, girls, and more girls, dressed in the most daring designs Paris has to offer. And if you want mystery, witness the unbelievable Flight to Outer Space. See a girl without a middle, and the weird and unusual burning of a she-devil. See all this and more in Houston's Hallucinations, coming on this stage soon. Extra, extra, the first time on any American stage, see the talked-about girl in the topless swimsuit. It's sexational. and his Shrieks in the Night. If you think you've seen horror shows before, we warn you, this new kind of show is completely unlike anything you have ever seen. The action takes place in the audience. You'll be surrounded by the most hideous horde of horror creatures ever to walk on the earth. You'll see, back from their graves, fiendish vampires who drink human blood, living corpses, werewolves, ghost women, 1001 nightmarish creatures. Girls, do you have the nerve to meet the Invisible Man? He puts his arms around you. You can't see him, but you feel his presence. What a new thrill. Dr. Satan hypnotizes everyone in the audience, including you. You'll see the slave maidens at the mercy of hideous beasts, human sacrifices, death on the slab. So scary, your blood will run cold. Dr. Satan has appeared in person with and startled George Goebel, Donald O'Connor, Orson Welles, Jack Bailey, Art Baker, and many others. Ed Johnson of the New York News wrote, "At long last, I have seen a horror show even scarier than advertised. A horror show strictly in a class by itself. If it's thrills you want, thrills you'll get when you see Dr. Satan's Shrieks in the Night. It's brand new. It's brand new. Positively has never been shown at this theater before. Don't miss Dr. Satan's Shrieks in the Night. Plus, a great...
In person, on stage, first time here, 3 all-new Super Shock shows. Stage show number 1, From Beyond the Grave. It's Dr. Evil and his Terrors of the Unknown. Unlike anything you have ever seen before, the theater is turned into a graveyard. Your seats become coffins. Weird creatures sit next to you and put their cold, clammy hands around your throat and whisper things in your ears. Live snakes roam up and down the aisles. Inhuman monsters run loose in the audience and cut off the heads of beautiful girls. It's weird and unbelievable. Plus, stage show number 2. See in person The Mummy and King Kong. Famous Hollywood gorilla. Real and alive. We can't advertise what the Mummy does when he grabs beautiful slave girls and the lights go out. But wow, something you never dreamt you'd see anywhere. Warning, girls should not come alone. You will have nightmares for a week. However, the theater management will stop the show anytime it becomes too scary. All on stage in person. Plus, a horrific screen program.
Monsters do have their place. In the zoo, in your nightmares, in the deep, in your favorite horror movies. But not in your living room, on your TV. Don't let pay TV be the monster in your living room. Pay TV and cable TV companies are seeking the right to charge you for the very programs you now get free.
If you want to stop pay TV and save free television, sign the petition in the lobby of this theater. Let your lawmakers know how you...
For goodness sakes! It's 12 o'clock. Time for all ghosts to come out. Of course, there aren't any. You can't fool me. It's all in your imagination. Woo! What's going on here? Woo-hoo!
We're the ghosts of the gang who danced and sang with the Floradora girl. The Floradora girl. We're the shades of the blades who serenade the Floradora girl. The Floradora girl. We are the spooks of that sextet, the pretty maidens kiss. But we're the kind of boys that girls forget. We never have been missed. Now all we do is boo, boo, boo the bad little boys and girls. The ghosts of the gang who danced and sang with the Floradora girls.
Guess there's nobody to whom,
Well?
I guess you wouldn't be interested in letting me haul the house, would you? I'll show you how I do it. I ain't very good, though. Didn't think you'd like it. Here's another one. It ain't very good either.
Hey, funny.
Shucks. Guess what I got?
A cow?
What color?
Red.
Uh-huh. Want to buy a cannon?
Well, here it is, 6 o'clock. Time for all ghosts to be in bed. But I don't believe in ghosts. They can't scare me. They're a lot of baloney. Ghosts. Woo!
I have returned to destroy this evil creature. With this stake, I will end the curse of this demon forever.
Coming out the window!
It will not escape.
The snake! The snake! Give me the snake!
The Grotula Halloween show.
6 days of evil are over. The blood banshee is dead.
8:13 p.m. Sunday, October 31st, 2021. A date which will live in infamy. Gratu Orloff, rock and roll's super spooktacular a-go-go show. 2021. So it's our. Is it our first annual? Did I know I wasn't able to do anything like this last Halloween because I didn't have StreamYard. I had no dream that I could even do anything like this. So in the chat, I will put the link to come on, and you guys can come on if you've got anything horrifying to show. All right. So if you want to, I got to send that to Eric Breen through Twitter. How do I do that? Let's see. Twitter. Okay. Twitter is the little icon that looks like a bird. Okay, so I look for Eric Breen. There's Eric Breen. I just don't know how to even send a message to someone. Cleo, if you're watching, could you send that link to Eric Breen on Twitter? I don't know how to do that. That's assuming he wants to come on. Anyway, we have 13 people watching here on the Gratu Orloff Super Spectacular. If you're in the Dallas area, head to a bar called Cosmos. Let me make sure before I send you to the wrong bar. It's like a bar in a Vietnamese restaurant. We just had Vietnamese food ourselves here. I'd go over there for that, but my eyes are it's like who's that idiot? It looks like that, you know, like see what's going on there. That's what my eyes do when I see headlights, like at night, you know, like I'm driving and that's coming at me, you know, one car after the other. It's seriously something horrible is happening to me. But anyway, what the fuck am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, Instagram. You should follow Gratu Orloff on Instagram. I appreciate Charlton66, all the cool photos you send. It shows I got messages here from you, and I'll show you. This is my Instagram. That's what I really look like. In my actual Martian form. I have 872 followers, and I have 309 followers here on YouTube. So I came here. Why did I come to Instagram? Oh, to find out the name of that bar.
See if I can do that.
You have come to a place of darkness where evil creatures lurk in the dark corners of the room, waiting to pounce on them.
Yeah, it says,
Beware.
Yeah, it's called Cosmos. It's my friends that just put out that comic book, Nick and Squid. It says, hey, DFW, just a reminder to come to the official Channel Planet release party at Cosmos this Sunday, Halloween. Great cocktails, food, and spooky specters. Copies of the comic are $8 a copy. Come party. So, yeah, Cosmos. And the address is, if you can even see that. So it says, yo, check it out. So,
because now, as you can see,
all right. So the party can begin. Yeah, look at this. There's like some weird looking Pokemon mutated creature on the top of my cup. I told you I ate Vietnamese food, and you fools didn't believe me.
GCU and TWC, north, south, east, west, freeways all around. Fort Worth, that's my hometown. We have glamorous Compton and Eamon Carter Square. Bell helicopters and Convair planes fill the Fort Worth air.
Yes. Immediately.
That's my hometown.
There's no excuses. Yep. Damn moron. Okay. You know what to do. Let's see. My wife says, okay, I can't copy the link, but I wrote it down and I'll inbox it to Eric Breen in case he wants to hop on. I think the Common Writer theme will give me a copyright claim. Waiting on Crystal Burgers says Lambretta 1980, Lambretta 1980. There used to be a Crystal Burgers here locally. It disappeared. I lost 2 effing viewers, man. We're down to 11. I guess I'm supposed to do something to entertain you folks. I showed this earlier. First time I've ever bought a slab. Hopefully it'll be the last time. But I had to get this because it's Frankenstein, man. Frankenstein, number 28. 5.0 off-white pages. Dick Briefer story, cover, and art. CGC. What other entertainment can I provide you with? I guess you're all giving candy to trick-or-treaters. Had car trouble today. It's kept me sidelined. Oh, let's see. What do we have here? Oh, we have 13 viewers once again. We're back down to 11. Oh, it's a box of comics. I wonder if there's any comics in here that would entertain you. The dog is barking downstairs, so there must be some evil midgets at the door requesting food and sustenance. But I think we have the light turned up. Dr. Zayas is here. Holy smoke. Dr. Zayas, how are you doing?
Greetings, humans. Happy All Halloween from Ape City.
Cool. Dr. Zayas, man, you got those boxes stacked up high.
Yes, I got rid of the human that used to live here. He was lobotomized.
That's what you got to do to them sometimes. They're just too
Damn
rebellious.
dirty humans.
They
As long
pretend
as I
like
have my
they can
throne,
talk.
I shall be in power.
Yeah, they pretend they're great mimics. They pretend like they can talk, and so sometimes you just have to cut out their frontal lobes to keep them in line. Those damn humans, damn dirty
Man
humans.
has no understanding. He can be taught a few simple tricks, nothing more.
That's what I keep telling people. I'm just disguised as a human. I'm from Mars, man. I totally appreciate your position.
You look Martian. Very good disguise.
Yeah.
I just cut my hair down at Simeon Cuts. Do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's great, man. You look a lot younger. It looks like you had Botox since the 60s, man. Looks like you look a little like Angelina Jolie in that new Eternals movie. Let's see.
I know not what you speak of, but yes, the years have been tough on Doctor's ass.
And Charlton 66 is sweet. It's good to see the good doctor. Yeah, I haven't seen you, man, since what? Well, there was another guy playing you in the TV show in '74, but that wasn't the real you.
Oh, that Booth Coleman, he was such a faker.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, Eric. How about if I just I'll read it to you. Yeah, and then you can just type it as I read it, because I have no idea what the heck I'm doing on a computer. Okay, so let me find it. All right, so the hell is it? Oh, I should take a picture of it and hold it up with my phone, caveman style. Where the hell did it go? Oh, there it is. This is a very creative way of doing it. Okay. Okay, now. Okay, let me give myself full screen for just a second, Dr. Zayas. Forgive me. Solo layout. All right. Can you see that there, Eric? https://streamyard.com UB7I 28 HIMB. I think there was an 80s band that was called UB712 HIMB, if I'm not mistaken. UB7I28 HIMB. Or maybe that was UB40. Were they any good? What were they? A fake reggae band? I can't even remember. Okay, let's get Dr. Zayas back on. Right. All right. So, so Dr. Zayas, you're did they ever tell in the movies what your first name was? Was it by any chance Shannon?
First name Doctor, last name Zayas.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they just never really told the first name. I guess in the ape city, the ape world is kind of based on ancient Rome, I think, and I think people just had single names. apes rather, like Cornelius Zera. They didn't have last names. It was, but
I know
it was
not of
like
what you
Homer.
speak. Everything comes down from the great lawgiver, and in the sacred
Oh yeah, I'm
scroll.
sorry. I'm giving you deviant history. That's the Earth of humans history. Yeah, but yeah,
Yes,
they're
those
making
two ignorant scientist chimpanzees, Cornelius and Zera. Heresy. That's all it is. Heresy. There is no such thing as science.
Yeah. You know what? I wish that you were the head instead of Dr. Fauci. I'd bring in Dr. Zayas. That would be great. We'd have no problem with Dr. Zayas.
Yes, that would work very well.
Oh, we got new comments here. Let's see what's going on here. Greta Orloff, my wife, says, I sent the link in a Twitter message. Happy Hamburger Halloween, Lambretta 1980. Down in Anus Town, Louisiana, or whatever, Alabama. All right. So, seriously, those are short boxes. Eric Breen says, Greta, unfortunately, I didn't get it. It's a comedy of errors because I don't know how to. I can type. I just don't know how Twitter works. I posted about 3 messages on Twitter in my life. I'll read it again to you, Eric, if you want me to. But anyway, so those are those boxes of short boxes of comics behind you, or it looks like I see magazine boxes, then short boxes on top of that.
It's hard to tell. Some may be short, some may be long.
Well, that's actually an interesting idea to use magazine boxes as the base of the pyramid, and then put comic short boxes on top of that, because it looks like it's structurally sound. But that's pretty
I think
high.
the brainless human who lived here actually constructed it out of wood and wooden shelves.
I've got to switch to short boxes because I've been using long boxes since, for decades.
Exactly. Much too heavy. Much too heavy.
Yeah, it's killing me, and but it's going to take forever to switch to short boxes, and also, let's see. I wouldn't know how to get it to my Twitter. What? Eric, can you just? Oh, shit. Maybe it's in message. What? Maybe it's in message request. Okay. Let me just read it. Eric? Can I just read it to you? I'll just read it to you, and then you just type it in. Where did it go? My dog is barking. There must be trick-or-treaters trespassing. Let's see. Okay. https://streamyard.com/UB7 lowercase I 28 HIMB. All those letters lowercase. Oh, he got the link. It's he's saying, "Where's Graphic Man when I need him?" Graphic Man always rescues us. He knows how to work Twitter. It's from Old Clee. Hang on, I just got a link. All right, so we'll see Eric here in a second. All right, so oh, there he is. All right, Eric is in. All right. So what's going on, Eric?
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you,
Hello,
Justin.
dirty human.
Doctor.
Have you read the latest issue of Ape City Weekly?
No.
It's the only literature that's worth a damn.
Yeah, I love that cover. I've always loved that cover.
Well, I don't know. Your human counterpart, was talking about some really good stuff about an hour ago.
I haven't seen that video yet.
There is nothing good about humans.
There's a lot of good. It looks like there's people posting today. I saw Comic Crypt of Castle Hills posted something I haven't gotten a chance to watch yet, and Night Tiger's on doing a stream, and I unfortunately I don't really like broadcasting against someone, but I should be watching his stream. Let's see what I got here. Here's a copy of Journey into Mystery #8. Let's see. What is this box anyway? Oh, what is in this box? Oh, this is some stuff I got recently. Some of them need to be rebagged. Like this kind of bag that gets all. What does that to a bag? Is it just age or heat or what?
I'm going to guess just the way they were constructed, because a lot of the older ones do that. And I don't know if the ones that have replaced those through the years. I guess we'll find out in a few years if it happens to those too.
Yeah, then you realize, shit, in 20 years, which is about how long it takes for a bag to get like that, I'm going to be 76. I may not find out what it does to my bag. Oh, well. This I think I already have, but in fact, I know I have because it has a kid's name written on it.
I know where all the monsters dwell, in the human zoo. Here's the placard we use on the outside.
Yeah. I love Creep Show, but the problem with Creep Show to me is that the twist endings weren't EC-like enough. They weren't. EC twist endings really grabbed you. It's like, wow, I didn't see that coming. And it's just like Creep Show seemed like very, although I liked it, I really loved it, it seemed like very weak EC stories. So that shows that the original EC writers were far more talented than Stephen King. In a perfect world, they would have been rewarded financially like he has been. Oh, here you go. This guy's right in line with you, Dr. Zaius. Clag, his mission, destroy mankind. Destroy mankind.
Ah, yes, Clag. He would have made a good ape.
Did you see that I got a slab, Eric?
Yeah, I watched your video today right after I watched Mike's. So I saw that you showed another one just now.
That was the same one.
Oh, okay, it was the same one. All right.
Yeah, I just
kind of watching the World Series also, so I only had.
World Series is on. Of course, it's on this time of year. Forgive, you're gonna hate this question, but who's playing?
The Braves and the Astros.
Okay. Yeah. So.
To go back to your other subject, the only good slab I know is in a human morgue.
Right. Did was Trump at the game last night?
Yes.
And then everyone was chanting, "Let's go, Brandon." He was laughing. That's where I saw it?
And he was participating in the tomahawk chop. So of course, I'm sure CNN and MSDNC have spent the whole day, up in arms over it.
Yeah, that's shocking. Okay, here let's see, how can I do this? Let's make it something like that. I got this recently. My Love number 26. I'm just getting rid of bad bags. How do I love thee? I'm actually looking at these for the first time. Here's that ad for Foom. Did you join? Well, you got into comics about 75, right, Eric?
Yeah, I didn't have my first Foom until about 6 months ago.
Oh, really? Yeah. Dr. Zaius, did you ever join Foom?
I never joined Foom, but I did get that great publication, Amazing World of DC Comics.
Right. That was, Foom was weird. That's an issue I don't have. What's that, issue 2 or 3?
Number 2.
2. Yeah, because Steranko basically designed the whole fan club, everything, the card, the poster, the first several issues of the magazine, and the Hulk on the envelope. I still have my envelope that I got the Foom stuff in. For those of you that don't know, Foom was like 1973 Marvel Comics fan club, in-house fan club. It's called Friends of Old Marvel. And then they had Marvel Mania about 1970, 71. And then they had the Merry Marvel Marching Society. Was that about 65?
Yeah.
Started? So anyway, and they had a record and everything that you got with that.
I always thought Foom stood for Friends of Old Man Demas. He's the one who kept my armory.
Was there really a gorilla named that?
He was an orangutan. Stupid gorillas.
It's there's it was interesting in the second Planet of the Apes movie. They show more of the ape body because you and the general are in a spa or a what do you call it, a sweat house or whatever. And
yeah, simians need the same thing as humans. We hate to say it, but sometimes we do.
Yeah, there's.
I'll tell you what, unclothed, that Ursus is an ugly mother.
So, trying to think, what was I talking about? I was talking about the fan clubs. Anyway, so I get the Foom, and I think you only get 4 issues with your subscription, but they just kept sending them to me. And then when we moved to Tacoma, Washington, I kept getting them, the mail redirected to me. I think I kept getting them all through. I probably got about 8 or 9 issues total in the mail. They just kept sending them. And then when Lone Star Comics first opened up in the summer of 77, they actually had it in the stores for sale. And yeah. So, and I remember the Amazing World of DC Comics. I was able to buy that in Lone Star Comics. Was that mainly a mail order thing?
Yeah, it was through the mail in the DC ads, $1.50.
And I've never seen a copy, but there was, the Monster Times, but then there was a sister publication that lasted a few issues called was it called Comic Scene?
There was something called Comic Scene.
There was a magazine called Comic Scene in the late 70s, but this was earlier.
Yes, I have one of those. If I can find that human, I will show you. I must go to my council meeting anyway. It is good to see you all.
Oh, you got to head out?
I will be right back. I wasn't expecting to get on this quick, but I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Here's a copy of, I think I just showed this. So this is 1950s reprints. Oh, there you are. What happened to Dr. Zayas?
Hey, guys.
Hey there. Eric's going to be back
in a second. He had to leave for a meeting, and man, they treated me horrible. They got me with water hoses and beat me and threw me in a cage.
Yeah.
It was messed up.
I'll tell you, you really appreciate. I mean, I remember how much fun I look forward to Halloween every year. And then I put on the mask and it was so miserable. And it's like, wait, I thought this was going to be fun.
Right.
And now the last 2 years of experience going into supermarkets, having to wear those things, it's like, it really makes you realize that it's be no fun to be Spider-Man. See,
right.
Basil's here. Let's see. Basil, you're looking pretty good.
Feeling well.
Yeah, Basil's over there in California.
I'm unknown soldiering right now.
Yep. The Unknown Soldier. That was a cool comic.
Yeah, it was a great one, man. One of the ones I kind of stuck by for a little while, even though I didn't collect. But yeah, I loved it. I've
The
got about
movie,
15 or 20 issues.
the movie Dark Man, I thought was very similar to that premise. And in fact, I don't think that was coincidental.
I haven't seen that yet. I'll have to watch that. Thanks for bringing that
Yeah,
up.
Dark Man is it's not in a war situation, but yeah, his face is all ruined and he wears bandages, but he can change his face into anybody's face, and that's basically the unknown soldier, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Yep. Because Sam Raimi was a comic book fan in that era. Let's see. I'm pulling out comics that need to be bagged. There's a Dagar the Invincible. Get rid of this bag.
Cool. You ever see any of these, Gratu?
Media Scene. Yeah, that was Jim Steranko's magazine. I don't have that issue. I have a John Carter issue. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's Bernie Wrightson. It's got a pretty cool interview and some cool artwork in it.
Yeah, he changed that into a magazine size at a certain point.
Yeah,
And
I think
then
so.
He changed it to I think it was called Preview, and then it just became less of a genre magazine that was focused only on horror and science fiction and comics, and it started covering everything from Xanadu to whatever big movies were coming out. I think it was Steranko's, so he could hang out, meet movie stars and starlets. And that magazine went for a while, and he had really good
stuff
designs.
in it.
What's that?
There's good stuff in it.
Yeah. But anyway, the magazine, the newspaper that was out for a while, that was kind of paired with the Monster Times, the guy that wrote it, I think his name was Jerry Branticelli, and I think he had a page, a column. He had a whole page of commentary in every issue in the mid to late 70s of Creepy and Eerie and Vampirella. They had like Jerry Branticelli on comics, and he would tell his opinion on the comic industry, usually very negative. And I can only imagine, if he's still around, what he'd think of the comic industry now. I remember he was outraged about Kiss and Kiss being allowed to have a Marvel comic and them putting their blood in the ink as a stunt. He didn't like that at all. Anyway, I've never held a copy of that. I've seen Captain Strangelove has some copies that he's shown. So what else you been up to, Basil?
Oh, not much, man. Pretty much just laying low, just camping out, and I don't know.
You're working at a record store. Am I right about that?
Yeah, no, I haven't. I go down there at will. I was down there yesterday. It was pretty cool. There was some stuff going on over there. Nothing amazing, but it was good. It was a good time to get out. And I recently worked the musicians union and went and roadied for my guitar player plays in the guitar player that plays in my band also plays in several other bands. And I went and worked for them last Friday. That was fun. We had a good time. House was packed. It was good to be around a lot of people again without wearing masks and freaking out. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
What do you play, Basil?
I'm a bass player by trade. more of a song, but yeah, I see that bass back there. Yeah,
that's an American jazz right there.
Yeah, no, I have I've had a few of those. I've had my mainstay is actually I should break it out and show it one of these days. Is actually Duff McKinnon from
Guns
N' Roses.
Yeah,
I have one of his basses.
Oh, cool.
I've played that bass since 1987. And what happened was, I think I told Gratu the story. They came to town early before Guns N' Roses came here to where I live, and Fresnoville before anybody knew who they were. And I was working that show. It was my job to take care of the band, including all the other dirty stuff. But his bass went south on him. So it was my job to take him up to our local music store. And what he did is he traded in his bass for another bass, the same model, just a different color. It was a color. He was known for playing that particular bass, and he'd play a few colors, but his keystone color is white, the pearl white with the all black neck. But anyways, he traded that bass in, and I seen the show. My mouth dropped. Couldn't believe how good they were. I knew they were going to make it. So I doubled back to the music store that following Monday and asked Bill Sayer, who was working there, and Church, what's his name, the bass player for Sammy Hagar, worked there. I said, hey, you got that guy's bass still? And they said, yeah. And so anyways, I purchased it. It needed to be repaired. I had to pay for it to be repaired. Had an electrical problem. Cool. Yeah. But I purchased it. And Bill Church told me I just seen him out. I don't know if you know who Bill Church is. He played for Bachman, Turner Overdrive, and Sammy Hagar. He was their bass player. He told me, he asked me at the last show I seen him at, we're just casual. I mean, it's not like I know him, but I know him. And anyways, he said, do you still got that bass? And I said, yeah. I go, dude, will you write me a thing up stating that was Duff McKinnon's bass? And he goes, sure, man. He goes, absolutely. He goes, it's true. It is Duff McKinnon's bass. And it was crazy because I played a Fender Precision rosewood fret bass forever, a 75 blonde. And I love that bass. And then when I got the Duff bass, I started playing it, and I fell in love with the active, they're semi-active electronics, because it's a crossbreed bass. It's half Fender Precision, half jazz bass. I don't know if you know what bass I'm talking about. And it's made in Japan, but it's like super high quality. I just fell in love with it, and I've only played that bass since. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'll play, I have another P bass and a couple others. I'll play them now and then, but I just love the feel of that bass. I just loved it, man. And they're so damn expensive now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, I played in two bands up until COVID hit, and then everybody kind of got scattered to the wind, But yeah, most of the ones, I played my jazz, and then I got you ever seen any of those Schecter basses? The studios? Yeah, I got a Schecter 5, and I got a couple of Ibanez, and I got a Rickenbacker somewhere. Dude.
Yeah, Ibanez are a cool bass. They're all cool, but what's so crazy is that I still play the original rig that I bought in 1987 when I was like 19 or 20 years old. I still play that same rig, which is an Ampeg SVT rig, and it's a 75 model. And then I play that 87 Duff bass. And everybody's like, dude, you've never changed your gear. And I'm like, what for? What's the point?
Good.
Yeah, good is good. I mean, that was top of the line then, and now it's vintage top of the line now. Yeah, that's cool, Mag.
Yeah.
So this mask I'm wearing, Gratu, do you recognize it? This is a World War II tail gunner's mask. This is what they put over their face. So and then the door gunners on the side of the thing, they would wear these when they were at high altitude. They would have to wear these masks, so they wouldn't get frostbite.
Is that an American or a German one?
It's American. It's American.
Okay, yeah, I've never seen it before in my life. I didn't know.
Yeah, I've got it turned inside out. That's why it's usually blue. If I turn it around the other way, it's blue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just thought creepier on the inside out where it's
Right.
white, you know.
Yeah, those are great creepies. I've got those somewhere.
Yeah, just I've got a few of the early ones.
So did you play your own music, or were you playing in a house cover band, Dr.
Well, it all
Ziz?
depended. I mean, I played in everything. I played like in country rock bands, show bands, funk bands. Just
Wow.
had some where it was mostly original. But I really like the situation where the variety party band. We played a lot of funk, a lot of dance music. Where funk's a lot of fun to play on the bass. So
yeah, I'm not that gifted. I found a
well, I don't know if I'm
niche.
gifted. I just like it.
Yeah.
there's a difference.
Well,
Lots of
yeah,
cool
if you're
covers.
playing all that, you're pretty gifted. So
Yeah.
it's
Well,
like I
I've
tell
been
my
playing
guitar.
since I started playing guitar when I was like 7. My dad taught me, and then picked up bass when I was like 13.
Yeah.
And so I've been playing in bands on and off since 14. So
yeah,
after you play that long, you either got to get a little bit better at it or just chuck it in the creek.
Yeah, no. I can write decent music, so I always consider me a songwriter that plays bass. Never really a bass player.
Yeah, I have talked to young guys and they find out I play. I was like, oh, are you any good? And I'm like, that's objective, man. I mean, if you come and listen to me play, and you like it, okay, good. I mean, I think I do all right for the type of situation I'm in, but that's always I don't like to get into that stuff. It's like I love music, but as far as like how good are you, I was like, okay, I'm decent for doing clubs and parties and stuff. So
yeah, that's all that matters. As long as you're having fun and you love doing it.
Yeah. I always like this one, Gratu.
Yeah. What
Does
issue
that
number
look like
is that?
Does that look like Frazetta? I'm not sure who did the cover.
I don't think that's Frazetta, but let me move
Click
me up
it
a
over
little.
full screen.
Issue 78.
Looks like Frazetta.
Yeah.
Nah, no, it don't.
I'm not sure. I don't think.
Yeah. I don't really. I haven't looked
It's
at these
close,
in a long
though.
time. So, there's some early Erie.
Yeah. Yeah, those were just gorgeous magazines.
Man, I just loved everything about them.
Yeah.
These are the ones I had like hide under my bed when I was a kid. Because my folks would have freaked out. They became Christians when I was like 14 or 15. So I had to start hiding a lot of stuff.
Oh, really? Would they have trashed him?
They were that thunderstruck.
Yeah. No, they probably wouldn't have made me trash it, but it was kind of. I mean, I'm glad they are the way they are now. But
oh no, absolutely. I'm a Christian myself, so.
Well,
but I'm
deal.
just saying, some people are thunderstruck, man.
Right. Yeah. Doctor, were you talking about was one of your recent streams you were talking about the Rook?
Yeah, I really like the Rook.
Yeah, I've got a few of those.
I think Richard Corbin did the cover of the first issue of his solo series. There it is. That's it.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Yeah, I love this stuff.
I almost started
one of my favorite artists did a lot of work in this and like the 1984 and 94 books, Alex Nino. Man, I love his stuff.
I got this.
I got to read.
Well, go ahead. Go show.
Go ahead.
I got this for a couple of bucks recently, actually less than that. I remember when this came out and I thought, that can't be any good. But now I'm thinking, why didn't I buy that? Because it's so such a weird Star Trek meeting Planet of the Apes.
Oh yeah, I got that one.
Any good?
Yeah, I really like that series.
It is good.
That's the George Perez cover, right?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I didn't realize it.
Yeah, that's Perez. Yeah, I got it was what was that, like 6 issues, I think. But I got like a lot of the variant. I'm not really into the variant covers, but there are a lot of good artists doing that. And I saw Perez, I was like, okay.
Yeah, I don't. Doesn't really say on the cover. I guess I'll find out. I think I got several issues of it. Right now, I'm just getting rid of these awful looking bags, and I'll rebag these at some point, I guess. Oh yeah, I remember. Okay.
Yeah. Man, artwork in these are gorgeous.
That was the tail end of Warren, and the Rook was really good, but I remember Creepy and Eerie were starting to get weak about that time, and that's when they introduced 1984, which became 1994 once it, I think the year actually got to 1984 and it was no longer a future year.
Yeah, I think they kind of got in a little bit of a sticky situation with George Orwell and that story, but using that 1984.
And that magazine, I could understand upsetting your parents. 1984 pushed it way beyond what I was comfortable with. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty looking magazine, but inside it wasn't, they pushed it to the point where it was, it was just not even, it was just like kind of gross. There was no point to the stories. It was just like,
I believe that's a Corbin cover, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, Corbin, I can immediately spot.
Oh yeah, man, I love his work.
That can't be any more offensive than a magazine called 2021.
You mean today's the world of today?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they don't even print magazines anymore, man.
Yeah, it's getting hard to find a magazine
thin out there, boy. Getting pretty thin out there, boys.
Yeah. I imagine I don't know what's going to happen to the comic industry, but there'll always be the old stuff, you know.
Amen.
And it's like, you know, I don't have all the old rock and roll records, so if they want to crank out shit or crap today, I can still buy all the old ones, and I still don't have all the old comics if they can't turn out anything decent today. And I'm seeing that the Eternals is getting destroyed by critics, even liberal ones that they were expecting were going to love it because it was like doing everything to make them happy.
Right.
That makes me think that it may not be a bad movie because the critics were probably hoping it was going to be a 2-hour-long kiss between the two guys.
I did hear someone saying that today because if they
why wouldn't you want to see that, man?
If they hate it, then it's probably going to be because a lot of them hated Suicide Squad, and the things they were knocking about Suicide Squad were the things that normal people like us, if we consider us normal, that we loved about it. The fact that they were in costumes and uniforms and that it was comic book like. They don't like that stuff. Here's this is the third race between the Flash and Superman.
Oh yeah, I got that one. That's a good one.
I watched a little of the auction last night. It seemed like there was some good quality comics in the part I saw that were put up. I can't remember what they were. Let's see what my wife's saying here. We're going to turn the clock back and get another hour of 2021. Yeah, I think that's next November 7th. Is that what day is that? Next Saturday?
Yeah, next Saturday.
Happy Halloween, you and your wife, and very blessed hallelujah. Yeah,
he had a couple first issues of I think supernatural thrillers and Uncanny Tales, and he had House of Mystery 174.
Who did?
Englentine. Those were his big dogs.
Oh, I didn't see that part. How late did you guys go?
Sometime I think it was between 1 and 2.
And are you Eastern time?
Yeah. So in between 12 and 1, I guess your time.
Yeah, I fell asleep long before that.
That House of Mystery 174, that was like the first horror format, right?
Yes, it has one that has the finger pointing into
Right, yeah. Then like a few issues later, Wrightson did his first stuff in it.
I believe you are correct.
Yeah.
So what did that House of Mystery go for?
I think it got one bid for the 30 that he put it up for. It wasn't in great shape. It was good enough. I mean, it would have worked for me.
Yeah. Well, I think when I was watching, he had like big runs of Power Man and Iron Fist.
Yeah.
And,
which it did okay with him, but
yeah. I mean, Hero for Hire was in the early run was just so cool. There's one cover where this guy's about to blow up the world, and
Merry Christmas, world, and goodbye.
Yeah, and it's like it was such it was just like a blaxploitation movie, or what I imagine they were like. Obviously, in third grade, I wasn't able to see R-rated movies like that, but it was, and it was still the whole run was fun.
Yeah, I remember
although it was kind of like it's maybe they changed from Hero for Hire because it seemed to, even. I mean, I guess it could come across as wrong that you have to hire him to help you. It's like that's not the way superheroes are supposed to be. And so I can imagine some people might say, well, why is an African American hero you have to hire him and the other ones do it for free? I could see how someone could be upset by that a little bit. So they just changed it to Luke Cage Power Man, and then it became Power Man and Iron Fist.
Yeah, he was still charging back then because the Defenders put him on the payroll. I think, and when he took over for the Thing, Reed was paying him. But I think at some point they went, hey, you know what? We're not using the name Power Man, and that's a pretty cool name.
In the TV show, which I watched a little of, but it was so unlike the comic, that I never finished it. I don't know that it was bad, but I wanted something different. Was he paid like a detective, like some hired detective in that? I don't remember him being paid. He just seemed like this altruistic guy that defended the neighborhood.
No, because they morphed his character into just Luke Cage, and that was more of the TV show was more reflective of who he is now, only not nearly as powerful, because Brian Michael Bendis loves that character, and he made him basically, a pick'em against Galactus. But yeah, so the Netflix shows are more street level, so it was kind of that Luke Cage, but only with a much toned down power set.
Yeah, so
it was good.
Yeah, I like those.
The second season was really, really good.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't see that. I've got a lot of stuff I got to get caught up on. And
you guys remember these?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, this and I think there's only 2 issues, but this same stuff that was used in Supernatural Thrillers, right?
Yeah, that's a reprint. I think I was aware that was a reprint, so that's why I didn't get it. I guess the other one was a reprint too, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was aware of that when those came out, and I probably saved my money on the. That's a beautiful cover. I remember getting that in like 4th grade.
Yeah.
And when that started,
didn't you show this one on the screen?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful. I love the blue background.
We know the good stuff.
That's Neil Adams, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Shannon, now this is the cool stuff right here.
Oh, I totally agree.
I just saw a copy of My Love, didn't I?
Yeah, it's a.
Okay.
Yeah, I just did a recent haul video where I had like 6 Charlton romance books.
Oh,
Career
cool.
girl romances.
Yeah,
Oh.
I love that stuff.
Look, I put Basil to sleep just like that.
I'm wild.
Out of frame.
No, I was reaching over. I wanted to grab this Unknown Soldier, man. It had like one of my favorite tricks in it. You remember that one? I'm sure he did it in several issues, but that Unknown Soldier where he puts the line across the road to get the Krauts, chop their heads off. So I thought that was like really cool. So I did that. Me and my friend Arthur, I think I was in like 4th or 5th grade. We put this we didn't use wire because we knew that would kill somebody, but we put this like real skinny kite string across, and it was dark. We did it at night, and then we called up one of our friends, this kid named Brandon. We told him, "Hey man, come over, dude," And so he rides his bike down the side street. It was Home Street. He rides down Home Street and whack, runs right into that thing and knocked him right off his bike. Oh man. Oh yeah, dude. And then after that, yeah, he got kind of hurt. It wasn't bad, but he got pretty hurt and he was crying and shit. So that didn't go over too big, but it was funny. It was funny. I got that from an Unknown Soldier comic book.
Maybe Frederick Wortham was right.
I was getting ready to say
the kids in the 50s were reading far worse than that. If just a couple of kids imitated that stuff.
Yeah, comics code came too late for some people.
Yeah.
In the mid 70s, a friend of mine and myself, we took an 8-track tape and unraveled it and tied it across the street to a couple of street signs. And the next car that comes up the hill, they see that, they stop, they walk up to it, and they go to tap it because it looked like that metal wiring.
Yeah.
Tied bundles together. And when he realized it was an 8-track tape, it's like, mother. He starts screaming, but we're hiding, so he can't find us. Good thing. Probably would run over us next.
I remember seeing 8-track tapes on parking lots with all the tape spilled out everywhere. I remember that very clearly. Those were.
I remember my dad had a bunch of 8-track tapes in his pickup truck, and a friend of mine, me and him went joyriding, and we went into like a food mart or something to get a drink or a snack or something, come back out, and they stole the tape player and every one of his tapes. That was a bad night.
I don't know if this was the issue or not, but I gotta find it. It's in one of these. I think that all
That's
these
cool.
ones that I have are ones that I bought when I was a kid, and I read them all. But I'm pretty sure the one that I had, I think I knocked the cover off of it. Now I was terrible. I was nothing like you guys. I would like roll them up and put them in my back pocket and like sit at the bus stop and read them, and you know what I mean. I didn't even think about. I had a friend named Abato who lived, I don't know, 3 or 4 houses up on the corner, and he collected them, and it was just, to me, it was just something to read. I loved them. I liked them. They were a time killer, you know what I mean, for me when I was a kid. And I was fortunate enough that I could read, because I think that was the first time I realized that lots of people were not as smart as they seem, because I could read a comic book. I could blow right through a comic book when I was like 4th and 5th grade. Like it was no problem. And then I would see other kids. They'd be all, hey, and I go, here, you should read this. And like, they couldn't read, man.
Well,
it's like,
I remember Yeah, I remember in class when they'd have us read out loud. We'd be reading some short story or out of some book, and they'd have us read, and then they'd call on
Mm-hmm.
some, and it was real bad because they would call on someone, and every word they had to pause several seconds in between the word, and I was trying to keep from laughing, and then the teacher saw me. And I know they were trying to keep from laughing too, and we make eye contact, and it's like, holy shit, what's wrong with these people? And yeah,
I mean,
because I don't know, there's always been this anti-intellectual spirit in growing up. I don't know if it's all over the country, but it was definitely in Texas. You know, it was not cool to be smart. If you were smart, you were hated, like really hated. And if you got good grades, you were hated. And that was in the suburbs. I can only imagine how much more fierce that hatred is in
I don't think it was for me.
urban
It was
settings. Huh?
Yeah, it wasn't. It's not hatred. It's just that as far as like me growing up, I know where you're coming from. As far as how I understood it was that you either had 2 cents in your head and you could understand what was going on around you. You could read and write and do arithmetic, and that was cool. And then there was the people that wanted to take that to an extreme. And my personal opinion of things was that's who in the hell is running the country now. All the people that are running this country now are the people that took it to an extreme and they removed themselves from the average person. So that's why I never took my learning to that extreme. That's why. I mean, you should know and know it well, your basic fundamentals. You should know how to read, you should know how to write, and you should know how to do pretty fairly basic, if not excelled math. Right? And then like all those other people, they would always join the Glee club or they would join this club, and they always got snotty and they always thought they were better than everybody else, and they had their own little clubs. And that's what disassociated me from learning. I never stopped learning. I learned in my own way, but that's what disassociated me. And it's like, and that's what I think the problem is. Those people run the country, not real people, not people that are, common sense, that can read and write and do arithmetic, but their whole life wasn't evolved around a learned ideology. You know what I mean? It's like,
I remember those kids as the children of the people that were kind of ran the community, or that had been in the town for the longest and had money and nicer cars, and they were in student politics, and they were and that's natural. Yeah, because Nancy Pelosi's not smart. Most these people.
That's all connections, man.
Biden is incredibly. It's not that he's senile, although that's happening. He was never smart. He was always a moron. He got through school plagiarizing stuff and stealing.
Yeah.
And he was a football guy, and he thought he was popular, and he thought that's why he still has that. Well, I'll just take Trump behind the high school gym and beat him up, and because that's his,
Yeah,
he uses
but those are their show people.
Guy. Come on, man! He still thinks it's 1957, and he rules.
Yeah, but see, you gotta look around that. Those are their front people, Gratu. That's the way I look at it. The bean counters are the ones that are running the show. Those people are just their show people. Okay. Yeah. And the bean counters are people, unfortunately, I'm going to say this and cut my own self. The bean counters are people like my brother. They know better. They're super smart. They're super educated. They're super system people. And they know what they're doing is wrong, but it's part of the system. So they keep doing it. And that's who's really running the country. Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, and all those people, in my opinion, are just front people. They're just, you know, they're just out in front. But the bean counters in the back are the scary people. Those are the people, the mad scientists that are in there in their chemistry labs that we read about, or you guys read about all the time because you're still into it. But I did when I was a kid. They're the mad scientists in the thing in the back tweaking everything, and they tell the front people, "Hey, bro, look it, I made this. Now go attack everybody."
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Yeah, it's nuts. Hopefully, Shannon this is just hopefully he'll come back. Let's see. I didn't mean to ignore him.
Oh no, I wasn't trying to ignore anything. I sat there quiet as a church mouse for 40 minutes. I drank a cup of coffee, and now I'm outside in the dark with a white mask on.
You guys ever watch the Orville TV show?
No.
Yeah, I did.
What about American Gods?
I have not seen that.
So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Oh, I could care less what happens, man. I know what's going to happen. So, you know, I'm okay with it. I'm not here to bring anything down. I'm just whatever's going to be is whatever's going to be. You just got to get to that factor and enjoy ourselves. You know.
Yeah.
That's why I like tuning into your show. And
Shannon says, "Sorry guys, I had to leave. My wife just texted that our late supper was ready. I didn't want to interrupt. Laugh out loud. Have a great night. Sorry." Yeah, all right. Well, cool. We'll drop back by Shannon sometime. Let's see. Here's a copy of World's Finest, number 230.
That shit go back here.
Someone's doing some math on the back.
Yeah, I'm having a smoke, bro, too. So I think me and Breen are checking out for a stove.
I don't know why I don't just smoke on the air. It's not like everybody does.
I've seen you do it. What channels? You do it on some channels. Is that what is it? I don't. It's not like it's not like there's a rating system. I was just thinking about this afternoon that it's gonna suck that the thing doesn't smoke a cigar in a movie.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, what am I? The Nick Fury in a modern Marvel comic that I can't smoke on camera?
Yeah, is that why you do that so often? The little Fred Flintstone you're smoking on different channels. I thought maybe there was like something going on in the World Series. So what else was on the auction last night?
There were a lot of. I mean, I remember a lot of Power Man and Iron Fists.
Yeah.
A complete set of the Human Fly.
Right.
No one bet on that. I'm trying to think. Just a lot of random books, a lot of trades.
You know, there was a real guy. I wonder if there's some footage out there on YouTube. I'm sure there is. That was like climbing buildings in New York, and he was dressed in that suit. And
yeah, that's what the book was based on.
Yeah, it was. I guess they thought he was going to be the next Evel Knievel, and there'd be toys made and stuff, but it just never happened. You know, they should make a. Imagine if they turned the Jackass guys into superheroes. Evo, you know.
Well, an entire generation of stupid kids pretty much did that.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But those I've never laughed as hard as some of those movies. Now they're like in their 50s or And they've got some movie coming out. Here's another copy
They
of
were
Milo.
great, weren't they? Some of those Jackass movies were great.
Were these all from that stuff that you picked up the other day?
What I'm showing here is from going through some boxes in the back room, and I pulled the stuff I wanted, and then I just put together a short box of them, and I said, "Here, I'll come up and I'll volunteer some extra days for this stuff because I don't have cash to pay for it." And he gave me a certain number of days, and so I think I've finished my time now. But and I don't mind
That's a cool racket.
exercise instead of sitting on the couch. I get up there and go through comics, but I just happen to hit 2 or 3 boxes with a lot of good stuff in it. That and then like there was one book that he was like, and I found like Shazam #1, and he was saying this is like good enough to be graded. It's like it was in like almost perfect shape, and
wow.
And he was looking it up, like it was $100, and that but he was, this is just stuff sitting in the back room. And then some of the Silver Age stuff, a guy came in that same day and sold some Silver Age stuff, and so I threw some of that in the box. That was the better stuff. The Flash didn't just die that one time in Crisis; he was dead on every cover. Like he was every cover. He's dead on a park bench. It's like this is the guy that died more than any hero, always lying dead or dying on the cover of every single issue. Yeah, I went on to do a voice on that show last night, but I thought where the comic books are acted out, but I thought it was on the Puppet channel. I'm starting to realize these are completely different people.
Yeah, what's up with those dudes?
I thought that England was puppeting. I thought he was operating the puppet. I thought he was just one guy that did all of this. Now I'm realizing that there's Englentine and all of his shows, and then there's Puppeteen.
Yeah, the kid that came on to your show a couple weeks ago, he's the talent of the group.
Okay, and then I saw his human persona.
Yeah.
And it was weird. The same voice was coming out of him as a human. It was very jarring. It's like, wait a second. So the reviews of the CW shows happen on the Puppet channel.
Yes.
So I go on, I see that people are reading, and I say, "Hey, do you need another voice?" I thought they were about to do the Dead Man story, but they were doing Charlie Brown Halloween, and they say, "No, that's on later." So but I didn't realize it was on later on another channel, which I guess is England Teen Loves Comics.
Yeah, every Friday at 10.
I don't want to be an asshole English teacher, but maybe you could tell him real quietly that the apostrophe is not needed in loves.
Oh, he knows that. That was autocorrect, and he didn't catch it until it went off.
Okay. I figured, if you read that many comics, you don't make grammatical errors, but I didn't want to be the one to tell him.
Just type in indies sometime and it'll come up undies. So I said, you got to be very careful what you type in, and you got to double check, or you never know what you're going to put out there.
What's really bad is the autocorrect when I go to mycomicshop.com and I'm typing in titles of comics. It's like it wants to change things to weird things like Iron Man. It changes it to Iron Nan, N-A-N. And half the time I have to, like, once I finish typing the word, I've got to go back and change it again because it's changed to something else completely. So here's a cool cover where it's got a photo mixed with the art.
That is cool.
And I got some things just real cheap. How are these new 52 whatever scoop, these Hanna-Barbera comics, were they terrible?
No, actually, some of them are very well received. I didn't read many of them, but
then why did they stop publishing them? They didn't sell.
I don't know. They may have only had the arrangement with Hanna-Barbera for so many years.
I don't think they went more than. It seems like they lasted like Atlas Seaboard, because I only see that there's about 4 or 5 of these, and there's like they did a Scooby Doo Apocalypse. I think there's only 4 of those. There's a Flintstones. They're all done like realistically.
Yeah.
And then they've got like Superman teaming up with Top Cat. What were they?
Yeah, those were cool. Actually, some of those were really good. There was Black Lightning and Hong Kong Phooey, and that was straight up good story.
I saw Nightwing and Magilla Gorilla.
Yeah, there was Aquaman and Jabberjaws, Blue Falcon and the Super Sons. That won our Book of the Year one year in the Spirit Awards.
Blue Falcon had a really cool design for their costume. Let's see. Charlton saying the Future Quest books were very good. I really enjoyed them. I think I got all the Future Quest books, and because
Steve, why don't you come on for a minute or longer?
Yeah, that'd be cool if he could. How's the Savage Avengers? Is that interesting?
I bailed on Marvel about 10 years ago, and
okay, so you didn't even try.
No, I've heard good things about it, but you know, my Avengers will always be the 60s and 70s.
Of course, yeah.
And you know, I figure, you know, do I want to pay $4 and $5 for something that I might take 5 minutes to read and I'll never look at again? And I've decided just not to do that anymore.
Well, if I'm paying $1 for them, I thought maybe I'll try the first few issues of Savage Avengers. Did you like the Atomics?
I've read a few of those, and I did like them. That's Mike Allred, correct?
Yeah. I like his artwork. So.
I did too.
And I got to dig out my Commandy collection to match up Meyer Greenblatt's painting. Did you see that earlier? Did you see? Where did I put it over here?
I did not.
Meyer Greenblatt sent me a miniature painting, and on the back it says, "To Rage Upon the Land, Jack Kirby, Commandy, number 25, page 9, Meyer Greenblatt." And this is the painting. And so I've got to go back and find that issue to see the original Kirby illustration of this guy. It's like amazing. Yeah, I did an episode earlier this morning, and then I thought I was going to get breakfast and go to work, and then I have some kind of problem possibly with my alternator, so I didn't go into work, and then I got to wake up early in the morning and take it over to the mechanic who's closed today. So, and they're only a block or so away from the house because the car's making an awful chatter.
Yeah, that weather change will do hell.
Well, it hasn't gotten freezing here, but yeah, I got this guy that came in and sold those. Had some good books like this. I had to get.
Oh, here it is. I know this is the issue, man, because I remember I wore it out so bad.
Yeah, that really could have killed the kid, honestly. Oh,
we used to do worse than that, man. We were horrible to each other. We were bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was a good one. It caught him by surprise. It co-cocked him.
Yeah.
This has got to be the issue, man, because I remember I wore the cover off of it. I used to always love this too. This used to crack me up. The War Games. The little cartoon.
I
yeah.
remember that.
Yeah, they were great, man. I used to laugh at them. They were funny.
Yeah, I found a stash of these DC Hanna-Barbera things, and I just thought, well, I'll try them. This hipster Scooby-Doo thing.
Yeah, the Scooby Apocalypse, from what I understand, was really good. The Flintstones people like, and which kind of surprised me because no one likes the guy that writes it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who is that guy?
Mark Russell.
Okay, I've heard the name. What do I know him from?
Well, You've heard me mention Comic Quirks with Jimmy, the guy that Dan Slott went after on Twitter. He interviewed him on his channel, and he came across, I mean, he was very nice to Jimmy, and and so I do respect that, but he's very arrogant. And he's definitely a leftist and very arrogant in his beliefs. And he did a issue of Harley Quinn attacking people on our side of the argument. And it just, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a fan of his writing. He's currently doing the Fantastic Four life story.
Oh, I saw that, and I could tell I wasn't going to like it.
Yeah, the Spider-Man life story was fantastic. Okay. The guy that does that is a very, very good writer. But Mark Russell, now that he's really, it seems like the more arrogant he gets, the more work he gets. And I do think that, having the right, politics is how you get work in this industry. I mean, there's no getting around that at this point.
Well,
go ahead.
What is DC thinking with Harley Quinn? They've got an intellectual property that's worth a lot of money. Like half the little girls tonight probably wanted to dress up like Harley Quinn, but they've altered the character where she's basically dressed like a prostitute. Now, a lot of girls like to dress that way on Halloween night, and now here's a reason, because Harley Quinn dresses. But to me, Harley Quinn was always a character created for a children's cartoon, Batman the Animated Series, in the mid-90s on Fox. She had a certain look, and they've altered the look where she's completely unrecognizable, and now she's on the front cover of comics kissing girls. But there's an army of little girls that's like, I want to find a Harley Quinn comic, and then that's the comic that's available.
Well,
and so are they trying to market this to dirty old men, or are they trying to market this because there's a lot of money in selling, because it could be a brand like Barbie, but she's in R-rated movies, and she's I don't know where's the money is. I think there's a lot more money marketing if they turned it into a little more slightly subversive Barbie line than there would be in selling these comics that I don't even know what a press run of a modern comic is, but it can't be many.
No, it isn't. And most of the girls that run around dressed as Harley Quinn have never or will never read a Harley Quinn comic. They might know her from the cartoons, or they might know her from the movies.
They know them from the movies.
Yeah, the comics themselves. I mean, it's at this point, Harley Quinn can be whatever you decide that it is. And as far as like having her on the cover of comics kissing other girls, well, that's encouraged now by people that make the comics. They'd be fine. It used to be something that maybe you let people find out for themselves what they are. Now they're it seems like they're trying to nudge people in the right direction.
That was probably designed to be just to provoke people. To get people to react so they could.
And they try to piss off people
that are reacting.
They try to piss off people like us. The thing is, we don't care anymore.
Exactly.
Apathy has replaced outrage, and that's so there's and again, nobody buys comics anymore. So
I mean, I see people buy them, but not many, and I guess they're printed to order. Pretty much, they print the number of orders they get, and so
I'm sure on some books they do.
I don't know how it's done, but I just I don't even, just real shame. I've been picking up a lot of issues of Secret Origins that I never got the first time with these Roy Thomas stories.
Yeah, I love that series. That was kind of DC's olive branch to Roy Thomas post-crisis when they basically when the Crisis basically undid the All-Star Squadron.
He was really hurt by that because they did not tell him that was coming at all. That was one of the things that crushed me too, is like they got rid of, to me, all the fun. And that was right about the time that I just kind of started losing interest and moving on to other things. And I'd keep going into the comic stores and I'd buy stuff, but I just never was as interested. And then about that time, about Crisis, was how close was Crisis to Secret
85
War?
and 80. Oh, it started about a year after Secret Wars wrapped up.
It was all about that same time. It's just like DC was getting rid of all the fun, like the summer meetings between the Justice League and Justice Society every summer. That's gone. It's like, well, then I guess I'm gone. And then
that was unfortunate, but I can honestly say the first 5 years of DC post-Crisis are the best 5 years of comics I've ever read.
Okay.
Byrne's Superman, and then he had Wolfman and Roger Stern with him.
Mm-hmm.
For the first 10 years or so, every Superman book was outstanding.
Yeah.
Because it finally, because honestly, Superman was the character everybody knew, some people read, but no one cared. It was nice that he was there. He's kind of like comfort food in superhero form.
Yeah.
But Byrne, the reason why he got the job, because they basically put it out there to all the writers, said, submit your pitch for Superman, because we're going to change it. We're just not sure how. He was the one that emphasized Clark Kent over Superman, because everybody else had written, Clark Kent was a part that Superman played when he wasn't being Superman. Byrne reversed it and made Clark Kent a very interesting character, and made that Clark Kent was somebody that Lois Lane could legitimately fall in love with. And that's how they played that, because they had Lois fall in love with Clark and not Superman.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of them, Batman was pretty much left alone, because Batman was great in the first half of the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
The Doug Mensch and Jerry Conway stuff, they pretty much left that alone. In Green Lantern, they pretty much left alone. But Green Arrow, the Longbow Hunters, they that established what Green Arrow was going to be going forward, because they'd already done that with O'Neill and Adams. But Mike Grell took, and it's funny, the guy that made the best liberal comic book character in comics is a conservative, Mike Grell. Go figure.
Yeah.
Just like Chuck Dixon wrote the best Robin stories, Nightwing stories, Batman stories. But everything from the Giffen, DeMatteis Justice Leagues, the Bwahaha era. That's some of the most fun comics I've ever read in my life. And if you haven't read those, have you read those?
The Justice League?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've read some from that era. Yeah.
I think that's the best Justice League I've ever read. It was just so much fun. I mean, the Martian Manhunter, addicted to Oreo cookies. I mean, who thinks of stuff like that? I mean, it's just, Guy Gardner was just so much fun.
Well, you're talking about the Justice, that when they started numbering over with the kind of humorous, kind of like the She-Hulk kind of humor.
Well, She-Hulk broke the fourth wall. Justice League didn't, but it was more, a lot of absurd situations they would find themselves in.
No, I guess I haven't read a lot of those Justice Leagues where it's still Batman, but it doesn't have Superman, and it's the Green Lantern with the fishbowl haircut. Those are really good.
Oh, they're some of the best comics I've read in 45 years. You talk about missing fun. These are fun with a capital F.
And they're very inexpensive, right? Still?
Oh, yeah. All the post-crisis books are inexpensive.
There are things that were so good and they're so affordable, like the early New Teen Titans and Warlord. I mean, these are books that people could build a run of pretty easily, affordably, and I don't know why the value doesn't go up. Though I've seen a little bit of the Teen Titans value going up, but it just seems like with the TV show and all the other media versions.
I didn't notice that an uptick in that. I've noticed like the Teen Titans series issues 2, 10, and 44 are worth money. You know, first Deathstroke, second Deathstroke, and first Nightwing.
Right. Well, I've seen like the first 10 few issues that they're like $8, $9, $10. It seems like.
Yeah, those are 40 years old now, and so that's, to me, that's natural inflation. But
it's not. But you're right. They should be, with all this tie-ins between 2 cartoon series and a television series. You would think they'd be $50, $60. They'd be like the early X-Men.
Yeah, Teen Titans in the early 80s kind of stood out from the rest of the DC books because it was so good. Those first 5 years post-crisis that I referenced, there were tons of books like that. And that's what made I didn't realize how good the 80s were until I really gone back and revisited them.
Yeah,
but
the 80s were bad, but when it just like the 90s started, it just seemed like I kept trying to come back and try books, but Marvel and DC. But
the problem with the 90s was an Image kind of put this out there. It was actually Todd McFarlane's Spider-Man, I think, started it, the style over substance era.
Yeah.
And then when they went and formed Image, and everything they did was style over substance, and that lasted for about 3 or 4 years before speculator bubbles burst and Marvel almost went bankrupt, and they had to license their characters to Image.
Right.
But that was, and then even the companies within Image started hiring writers, but by that time people just didn't care anymore.
Yeah, it just seemed like every issue of any comic had Spawn in it, and every character had these. It was just so. And I remember watching Home Shopping Channel, and they were hawking comic books, and there was somebody yesterday that only collects foil and embossed covers, and he was so happy to be finding the Guardians of the Galaxy with Galactus on the cover that he was like so excited. And so apparently there's all these groups online that collect that now, and I hooked him up with a beautiful, I should have gotten it, mint condition copy of, I guess it's Sensational She-Hulk 50 with the real it's kind of like her low cut very beautiful cover, but
that run of She-Hulk right now is an absolute license to print money.
Oh yeah, I found a bunch of them the other day. I have most of them, I think, from when they came out.
One of them, I think the one where she's hiding behind the beach ball.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry, the one where she's she just has a shirt on, it's too small or something.
Yeah.
That's well into the hundreds now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The beach ball one is also worth a ton of money. It's but there are $20, $30 values. I'm gonna look this up while we're talking here.
So now they've made her just look like some monstrous.
They're bringing that the hot version of her back,
because that's what they're going to do in the TV series, I assume, if they have any common sense.
Yeah, that's and the guy that does the Avengers now is the one that did that, and I said he's, I don't know it.
Yeah, it seems like everything's falling apart at Marvel Studios. It seems like if they could pull it out. Someone was asking in the chat if I'm going to see the Spider-Man movie. Yeah, I mean, I'll see the Spider for sure, but I'm no longer even excited about going to the theater to see these movies. I'm kind of like I waited until it came on cable, Black Widow. And then it's not that I'm afraid to go to the movie theater. It's just, we don't have a lot of cash. And all these books I'm showing you, I worked it off. I didn't pay for I paid it
So
away. But
number 40, $175. 39, 20, 43, 30, 51, 10, 52, 15, 12, 35, 58, 30, 59, 40, 60, 60. Good grief. 34, $50.
Yeah.
Number 14B. I guess there must be some kind of
What do
variant
you
50.
What do you think drives that, Breen? What do you think is driving that?
That's. I mean, yeah, it's salacious, but Byrne doesn't exactly. I mean, Byrne's a good artist, but he doesn't really do good girl, not in the kind of way that Jambo would agree, is good girl. I think that's just. I don't know. It's the cover has just reached some kind of iconic status for some reason. The other ones, there are a lot of striking covers. The books themselves were good, but that doesn't really factor in anything. But it's weird. I said there's a couple of other books. Yeah, are you familiar with the Power Girl series, Gratu? Basil, I don't know. Do you read comics at all, or just that? Yeah, currently.
No, not as of late. I really enjoy kicking back and bullshitting with you guys, and I share some of your guys' likes, and so I'm just here hanging out like a wallfly, bro.
There was a Power Girl series in like 2009 to 2011. Lasted 27
Power
issues.
Girl. I'm sorry, I was thinking Power. Of course.
And the last issue, she's do you know who the face is based on in issue 1? If you see the cover of issue 1, that's Doris Day. There's your trivia for the day. But issue 27, she's flying, and you can see those very prominently. And it's the boob cover, and that's worth something like $80 now.
Well, I remember in 5th grade, I got that All-Star Comics with her first appearance when they first brought it back, but they didn't have a window then.
Oh, they did.
It's like a few.
They did. The first couple did. There's a story behind that.
They did, and then they took it away, and then they brought it back.
Yeah, Wally Wood and I think it was Joe Staten tried to see how much they could get away with. So her breasts were a little bigger in 59 than they were in 58, and the window got a little bigger. And when Jeanette, that was right about the time Jeanette Kahn got there, and she said, "Nah." So the boob window closed, and then they started bringing. They brought like she was covered up, and then they started putting like a low cut. And again, they tried to see how much they could get away with, and that kind of became like an on and off again gag for decades. But Amanda Connor, who's Jimmy Palmiotti's wife, is a huge fan of the boob window. So she brought it back. When she drew Power Girl, you could see her breasts they were so big, you started seeing them in the issue before. And so what can they say? What are they going to do? Call her a misogynist? No, because it was a woman doing it. So for a while, and that's what she did some of the issues of that run. But there was a Zatanna series at the same time. And the last 2 issues of that book, 15 and 16, are both worth a little over $100 now because they have just Adam Hughes covers. And there's a Catwoman from the early 2000s, the number 50, where it's a mugshot cover that he did. That's worth about $100 now. So to make a short story long, Basil, and an answer I'm sure is longer than you wanted, it's a combination of cover just becomes something that everybody thinks they should have.
I love that Johnny Quest cover Dave Stevens did with whatever her name was, Jade or whatever. That's the one. Yeah. I just found 20 copies of that.
This is not rehearsed, people.
Wow.
No, you just have it there. That's what were they thinking when they had this villain? The
Chunk.
Do you know of this?
Mm-hmm.
Was that ever controversial at all?
No, not at the time.
Well,
He
they're
was
not going to bring
actually
him back today, I don't think.
he's on the TV show now, but he's slim.
But why is he called the Chunk then?
No idea.
Yeah, but it's not just the fact. I mean, he's got like gorilla arms. I mean, it's like that's about as. I mean, I gotta admit that's comes across as pretty racist by any standard. This is a great cover.
That is cool.
I just some of these things I may already own, but I just saw them, and it's like whenever I see a 20-cent Marvel, I got to get it. I love the Conan Black Blood. Everybody bleeds India ink. And Conan and then in Jonah Hex, everybody's always bleeding India ink in that too. So let's see.
I mean, all the stuff that I'm around all the time, or was for the good number of years that I was working. A lot of it was a lot of stuff that became worth money was driven by the Japanese. The Japanese blew the market up on a lot of stuff. That's kind of like where I was fishing. You know, I got the answer that I wanted. You know, I understand what you said, but I'm you know, the Japanese back in whoops, sorry about that, guys. I don't know, back in the late 90s, they just like drove the market on, you know, guitars. They drove the market on clothing. They set the trend in clothing. They set the trend on records. Like they drove the market on vinyl. They're basically what drove the vinyl market. So I was wondering if really behind the scenes, if you knew, you know, and generally when the Japanese go, then like the people that got a lot of money, which are usually lefties now, then they start piling in. They see what the Japanese are doing, and then they start blowing up stuff. Like all of a sudden, you know, a pair of $5 Adidas tennis shoes are $250 because 10 years ago, a Japanese guy thought they were cool, and he bought everyone that he could see, and he corners the market.
Yeah.
You know, that's you know, I kind of view things in that perspective because I've seen how it gets manipulated. You know, that's where I was going. I'm not saying it's manipulated. There are some things that are just cool and everybody wants them, but then there's also things that become manipulated. You know, the last really thing that I seen was my boss, who's fantastic. I mean, he's my daddy. He was my boss for years and years. You know, I've always been an independent operator, but kind of worked around a conglomeration. He started buying this certain brand of shirt. I'm not even going to bring it up, but he started buying this certain brand of shirt, and he would just buy it and put it in his room. You know, he had a storage room, and he would just buy it. And he'd tell me, "Oh, anytime you see this shirt, this brand, you buy it." Okay. So I'd get it and I'd just sell it to him, whatever. I didn't care. Well, now, like 8 years later, I see that shirt on eBay, and that brand of shirt, and that brand of shirt is, you know, what you used to be able to go into the thrift store or to, you know, an estate sale or whatever. You could buy them for $1 a piece, you know, 50 cents, $1. Now that shirt goes for any one of them, especially certain kinds, you know, but, you know, checked ones or whatever. They get $70, $100 a pop. So I'm like, wow, what's that? You know what I mean? It's like, is it really that shirt is worth that kind of money, or did they falsely manipulate, dry up everything out there, hold the stock, and then manipulate the market and create the want for it? Because they were really great shirts. I liked them. I wore them before, but I always thought, oh, big deal, you know, they're all over the place.
Well,
It's not like that now. Huh?
There's all kinds of ways to manipulate the market, but then there's also a lot of people in Japan and England and France that appreciate the American culture of the past, and the
quality.
They'll come over and they'll on buying trips, and they'll buy up, or they used to buy up just countless rockabilly 45s and take them back to their country until there's hardly anything left here. You can get mad about it, but they actually appreciate this culture that the people here in this country have forgotten about or don't care about.
Oh no, I never got mad about it. I never got mad about it. I just found it fascinating.
It's a completely different thing than what you're talking about, just buying up everything and then somehow making it cool. That's not what they're doing. The people there just clamor for it because they love it, and then it winds up all over there and not here. But so
it's fascinating. It's just fascinating.
And I don't know how much demand there is in other countries for American comic books. I haven't really heard about a lot of comics going
right now.
Are people buying up American comics?
No, there are single mangas that are outselling the American comic book industry altogether.
Oh, I know that that way, but I mean,
right. But I was saying, so how much interest can there be in reverse? None. I mean, it's minimal at best.
Yeah,
because
no, agreed.
There's no interest anywhere for most of the stuff
with modern comics. But are there people in other countries going after old American comics?
You know,
I've never heard of it much.
Well, Paulo has a reverence for them, so I'm assuming that they do. Because he was unloading on us the other night, and unfortunately, there was nothing we could say because he was right. That we I said now they like people come over, figure out what we're doing, they go do it better while we continue to do it worse.
Right. I have not yet had a chance to watch the beginning of last Wednesday's show. What kind of things was he saying?
Just talking about how like French creators were taking older properties that we no longer do well, and they're doing them, like the way we used to, but not any longer. But and I think he was talking about Classics Illustrated type stuff, which nobody in this country touches that kind of stuff anymore.
Right.
But, there's just I think the only people that are really interested in American comics now are left-wing blogs and lifestyle pieces on left-leaning networks, because the only time they get any attention is when they race swap or gender or change the sexuality of a character. I mean, I can't remember the last time a new comic generated any interest. Because it just doesn't reach a large enough market anymore.
Yeah, let's see.
It's very punk rock. Comic books are very punk rock now. You guys are going through what I call the punk rock period. It's been that way for a while, because I'm going to go off on a little trip here. Okay, so like you guys continued to read comic books as you guys went through 7th and 8th and 9th and 10th grade and carried on, which is fantastic. I have a couple of other friends that did the same thing. What happened with me is that I went sideways. I started playing music, so I bought Hit Parader. I would buy all the music magazines, the stuff that would like Gratu from the 50s. Right? In the 90s, I would buy it. You'd teach you how to play guitar. You could always figure out a Jimi Hendrix riff. It was before YouTube. You know what I mean? Now the kids have YouTube. They just figure out whatever they want to play. They punch it in on YouTube. Some dude shows them, or gal or girl shows them how to do it. Well, we had to buy Hit Parader, or we had to buy the music magazine. So like my money, I wasn't poor, I wasn't rich, whatever. I was just an average kid, average family. I had to funnel my money towards the hobby that I liked, which was music. So there went my comic book thing. And then plus girls, you start getting into girls and all that, whatever. Not saying that guys that like comic books didn't either. My friend Michael Hans, who has a comic book collection that you guys would probably like, you know, he stood with it. Yeah, he did just fine with girls. You know what I mean? So, you know, I never have been that guy that said, "Oh, you read comic books, you can't get chicks." That's bullshit. Chicks like guys like that. You know, they always have. So, anyways, I'm just saying where money.
Maybe some do today, but it didn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't know. I think things changed when the internet came along, and then people realized, oh, those nerds that we've always hated have created these phones and the internet, and then there were TV shows that glorify, and that's when nerds, and plus a lot of them became billionaires. And that's when it became cool to be a nerd, and geek became a, you know, they had geek squads, and it became kind of a cool thing, but it wasn't cool. You got to back. It was
the jocks cool. Stopped picking on the nerds when the jocks figured out it was the nerds that grew up to invent the video games they were all playing.
Right. Yeah. And if they beat them all up, then they wouldn't have any more games supplied.
There you go. But when I was in high school, there were two closets you didn't dare come out of. In the comic book closet was the other. At least where I was.
Wait, what was the first one? On the comic book closet was what was the first one?
Gay.
Oh, right. Okay, you didn't say it. Okay, you didn't have to. Okay.
Right.
I thought there was a glitch in the.
No.
I'm not too swift. Yeah, but now it's okay for either one, and half the time it's both.
Yeah, in my case, I'm sure for yours, you reach a certain age where, like for me, when I was in college, and my collection literally outgrew my bedroom closet. There's no place to hide it anymore. But by that time, I was in my 20s, technically an adult, and the friends that had given me crap for having them when I was a kid, we'd grown up. So there was no, you look kind of silly if you're, in your 20s bullying your friends in your 20s. So it's.
Yeah,
that's pretty shitty. I mean, I remember the latest I remember being in high school was from that time period was probably 9th or 10th grade. And there was a couple of my buddies that we had a smoking. Yeah, believe that or not, dude. You could smoke in high school, like when where I went, anyways.
Same here.
We had a smoking section. We used to drag our guitars out there and smoke cigarettes and play guitars. And there was a couple of guys that were cool that were in the guitar class. They still read comic books. And I remember one of them, I can't remember. I think he had an X-Men comic book. This had to be like 86, 85, 86. Nobody gave that guy shit. Nobody, I thought it was kind of fucking cool. I remember commenting going, I go, wow. I go, how's the storylines, going, because it'd been about 3 or 4 years since I had read a comic. And he's like, oh no, they're still killer. And it was just like that was the end of the thing. And like we started jamming guitar, and like he just didn't get all nerdy about it and start talking about it. He was like, no, the stories are still cool. And I was like, oh, right on. That was like, it was no big deal. I think being a musician or being some kind of artist, that kind of shit never bothered me. I mean, I played sports too. So I was like a weird cross person. Like, I knew the jocks, I played music, and I hung around with people who read comic books and played Dungeons and Dragons. Like I went to all different layers of the bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I never, if somebody talks some shit when I was playing baseball or playing basketball, those are two sports I continued to play through high school up until I got hurt. Like I had a friend of mine, this whole family, they were called they were the Wilburn family, and they were all grew up to be nuclear physicists. They grew up on the corner of our block, it was a shit poor house. They never had a front yard. It was always dirt. They had a dirt swing in the backyard. They ran around barefoot like Okies. They looked like Okies. The house was a mess all the fucking time. And those guys were, 3 of the brothers are now nuclear physicists. I know them. Like I could dial them up on Facebook and go, yeah, here's my friend Jimmy. Here's my friend Victor. You know what I mean? But they would read comic books, and I never gave them any shit. I could care less. And if anybody that I was with gave them shit, then me and a few other guys, we'd be like, hey, you can go to hell, bro. Who gives a shit? He likes to read. Big deal. What, you can't read? That's how we used to deal with it, you know?
Yeah, the 80s, it did start to loosen up. And I think that's because video games were in their infancy, and there were things that they kind of fit together. And if people just, I guess, and having in the 80s, you could start going to stores that sold comic books.
Yeah.
You know, in the 70s, you had to sneak into the, Stop and Goes or King Quicks or whatever your regional,
7-Eleven, baby.
Yeah, well, that was national. But you could, I said, like when I was in high school, I was friends with all the, so-called popular people, but I didn't have the guts to tell them that I was secretly reading comics when I wasn't out drinking beer.
Yeah, they didn't sell. I mean, it's cool now because in Target they've got all those superhero shirts, and it's because the movies have come out, but the people that wear these shirts have never read a comic. This is Kurt Cobain as a kid, and he's about to copy the cover of Giant Size Werewolf by Night.
Tight. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's just like most of the kids you see now wearing a Misfits t-shirt or a Metallica t-shirt. They have no idea. They have no idea what those bands are. That's what's funny is like you see those memes out there, I'm going to tell my kids this was the Misfits, or I'm going to tell my, and they show a picture of the Partridge Family or something.
Well, it's a weird deal. The kids of today, or that are in their 20s and even 30s, they're almost ready for the Great Reset. They don't own much. They could move probably from one apartment to another in a few hours. Everything's on their computer. They don't have giant record collections, and some of them know a lot about music, and they know a lot about music from the 60s and 70s and even 50s. And what happens is they get taught by Spotify, and they actually, I've been listening to these Spotify playlists from these kids, and then I thought, well, I'll get on Spotify and I'll make my own playlist. And it kind of worked for a while. There were some songs that weren't there, and I realized YouTube is much better at having obscure songs,
yes, they are.
So
Yep.
like for instance, they've got some version by some current band of Nobody Loves the Hulk, but the original version they used to sell in the comics by a band called the Traits from about 1970, you can get that on YouTube. So making music playlists on YouTube is far superior. But anyway, so Spotify, so what happens is they in Pandora, you like a few songs, and then they suggest some others. And then that's how within a week or two, they can start developing a pretty vast knowledge of music from, a 20 a person in their early 20s could make a playlist that sounds like it was created by someone in their 50s or 40s or 60s, and start to love the music, and then they can get on the computer and do research and Wikipedia and whatever YouTube videos.
I find that to be true, but they also now are acting out, going to the record store and actively seeking analog copies of it.
Well, that's good, and you can't fault someone for being young, as if they genuinely fall in love with the type of music or these old comics.
Oh no, fantastic!
Legitimately theirs as they are ours. It's if they,
I think that's what you guys are doing for comic books right now.
Buying it to slab it, like they want to collect all the Moon Knight appearances because there's some TV show that's more than likely, very possibly, could be just as shitty as anything else.
I think that
everyone's buying up all the Moon Knight.
I think that your channel and all the guys that come on here are rekindling it, and the young people. Maybe your audience isn't young, but I think that it's a lot of young people do look at your page and all your guys's shows, and I think it's just because the people that generally work at a comic book shop are, and for my part that I know of, because I still go in a comic book shop every once in a while just to peruse it. I held a horn player from Checkmate. I loved him. His name was Eric also. He worked at our Heroes comic shop, and we used to go in there and hang out. But anyways, I think that for the most part, the people that work there, they don't convey the knowledge of the older stuff, and the kids don't understand it. It's there, and so by watching it, they don't have to interact. They can just watch fellas like you guys talk about it, and they're like, I think it's very important what you guys do. I think it very much is, because I'm not lying, since I've been perusing and hanging out with you guys on here every once in a while, I take the time to flip open a comic book and read some of my old comic books during the day. You know what I mean? And hell, I wouldn't have done that unless I was hanging out. You know what I mean? So that's me. I'm an old guy.
How does YouTube know people's ages? I don't recall it's been years, but when I signed up for YouTube, I don't remember did they ask for all that information, our ages and things? And what makes why would people be honest about that? But I look at this is how they rank the ages of people, on my channel, 35 to 44 is 5.2%. 45 to 54 is 5.6%, but 55 to 64 is 89.2%. And then there's nobody over 65. I know there are people older than 65, but I think they're lying if they possibly about their age. And then they got by country, but I know that Paulo, but they don't have Portugal on there. They used to have US, United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is 0.8% of a person, so that's probably someone missing a leg, possibly. and then they have subscribed versus non-subscribed. They've got it's interesting, 66% of the people that watch are subscribed. I think it used to be higher. I think people might have unsubscribed at some point, because I register my displeasure of Joe Biden a lot on here, and some people may be big fans of the Great Reset.
Well, you're talking about
the gas prices and stuff.
You're talking about that, and you're right. A lot of younger kids, they don't own much, and they're probably. And if you ask them, I said, "What is communism going to be like for you?" And they say, "Well, I'll have time to do all the things I want to do. I'll be able to work. I'll be able to turn my hobby into my job." And it's because they've got a romanticized idea of what communism actually is. And I think if it ever does come to pass, I think it'll be too late. But all the kids that are cheering it on, when their access to their devices becomes limited by the state, then they're going to go, oops, think we backed the wrong horse.
Well,
yeah,
some of them may enjoy it because they're saying that what they're really doing is they're with video games, you jump on a coin and all of a sudden you have life points, you have power, and it's like you have the status that you build up through a game, health and everything. And they're saying if what they're planning to do is everyone will have some ID card or some kind of chip or who knows what it'll be, and then you'll have like they have in China, you'll have a social credit score, and it's like the more things you do to show that you're a useful servant of the state, the more power you'll have, the farther you'll be, more stores you'll be able to shop at. But if you do if you're not a favored person, then you may not be able to get all the best health care. You may not be allowed to go in certain stores, or your card, that instead of cash or coins, you have a card. It may only work at gas stations within 2 miles of your house. You can't travel to, farther, that you're contained. So some kids may think that's really cool to have that to be, it's like I'm really in a video game, because then they're saying that, so it's like, would they'd probably be happy, like in the Matrix, to be in a tube being used as a battery if they can have this perfect video game life. They're in it as far as they know it's reality. And they, I haven't seen Ready Player One, but they say it's kind of like that. It's like I could see them being suckered into it because their whole lives have been video games, and then their entertainment is going on YouTube, which is why I don't have viewers in their 20s and teens. Someone told me is they're all on YouTube watching people play video games.
Right, but if you are in a true socialist or a communist society, the state limits your access to everything.
Right. I think
when these kids
China, you can play video games 3 hours a week, but regulated by the state. I don't know how they control it, but
I don't either. But the kids that hell, the average kid, that's not even a day here, and it's real easy to fight the power until you win. It's right now, all these people that are just drowning in their freedoms are fighting to have them restricted. Yeah. I'm sure knowing in the back of their heads that it's never going to happen, but what if it does?
Yeah.
Boy, the joke's going to be on them, because all these useful idiots that are helping them get to this point, they're going to be in the gulag next to us. Yeah. Because the elite aren't going to need them anymore.
Yeah, they're generally the first ones to go.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. They generally, in generality, if you read the history, generally they go after their flunkies first, because they know what they did. So
yeah, they don't want to risk them changing their minds and becoming the opposition. Especially, I said, throughout military history, when alliances are formed, once it's over, they usually turn on each other, because if you turned once, you'll turn again.
Yeah.
So that's yep. We're here to talk about happy things.
Yeah. Well, we used to have to read Animal Farm in high school, and I don't think they do that anymore. I really don't.
That's an amazing thing too, is that we were given to read while we were in.
You're kind of cutting out.
Aggressive, but they would stuff like Animal Farm and 94. I don't see these kids reading that anymore at all.
Well, there's a reason for that. Most of them are getting banned.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff that we were reading when we were younger to make sure that it didn't come true has started to come true, and they don't want people to find out that there was another way, so they're starting to ban that stuff.
Yeah, 1984 and Brave New World are if you read them now, it's a little too much like the news. Every day, it's starting to get to the point where every day the news is like almost like onion headlines, and every day there's some new incredibly weird outrage where it's almost starting to feel like this is all I don't know. I'm starting to think they're pushing it so far and they're so desperate that it's gonna. I'm starting to think it could very well have a happy ending. Believe it or not, that
Well,
that
maybe.
this is all going to collapse, and that maybe people are going to wake up. It's happening more and more. You know, like Ice Cube walked off the set, left $9 million behind. The number two the songs in the country, which is the kids that we're talking about, are "Let's Go Brandon"
Let's go,
songs.
Brandon.
Yeah, and it's like people are waking up and they're realizing, oh, that Dr. Fauci who was on People magazine is the sexiest man alive. This wonderful, cute little Keebler elf guy. He was torturing dogs, and he was and children, you know, in the 80s. It's like, what? And people are starting to realize.
Yeah, but we found out that Fauci was torturing dogs, and PETA was so outraged they demanded that Major League Baseball change the name of bullpen to the arm barn.
They don't use the term bullpen anymore?
No, that was my point. No, that was PETA's outrage. Instead of being outraged that Fauci was torturing dogs, this group that got pissed off at Obama when he swatted a fly, literally, instead of turning on Fauci, because it has nothing to do with animal rights, it has everything to do with politics. They go after Major League Baseball and the term bullpen.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I said we've got a long way to go. We're getting little victories here and there, but
it just I'm just concerned about the weather starting to get cold, and very desperate people in power that might have access ability to control the weather to a certain degree, because I wasn't there with George Washington and his men in the freezing, walking, bleeding, bare feet in the snow, but just being in a house that's 40 degrees for 24 hours, I realize we're not used to that. Maybe a few generations back they were, and so we've got to make sure our fireplace is working. I mean, I have plenty of wood to burn in the backyard, but right now it's capped off. We got it. That's one thing we've got to do, because I don't know how cold it gets in California, Basil, but that's no joke when you're starting to feel like a burning when you're breathing, and it's that's something. But yeah, now they're talking about now they can spread nanoparticles from the air and on the crops, and it's like, so you don't want to go get
at least where I'm at.
Well, we'll just put it in your food. It'll just come down from the air. And it's like, oh yeah, man. Oh well, we probably shouldn't talk about that here because there's not really.
Well, you see where Big Brother's already. They're taking out Basil first. Then they're gonna get me, and then you last.
Well, I don't know.
We just think Shannon had to go have dinner. They just zapped him.
Oh no! Yeah,
he probably turned his power off. It's like, comrade, you will read this.
And then it was like,
to the chat.
My wife said I had to go to have dinner.
That was a cool mask he had. Meyer Greenblatt has a good Planet of the Apes mask too. But there's a friend of my friend's older brother who lives a block from me, has a real gorilla suit from Planet of the Apes. I mean, not a replica. Nice. It's the real thing. He's got the whole. He just doesn't have the head, but he has everything: the gloves, the boots. Who was it? Debbie Fisher. Debbie Reynolds. You know, she collected costumes from movies, and she had a huge warehouse. She collected all the prop costumes, and it was all auctioned off when she was still alive. And this my friend's brother bought a gorilla suit, and it's hanging in his laundry room. And in fact, they ran Planet of the Apes at the Texas Theater a few years ago, which is the theater where Lee Harvey Oswald escaped to. And they used to have the seat that he sat in, upholstered in black. But anyway, they ran Planet of the Apes, a 35 millimeter print of it. So we went to see it. He wore his gorilla coat. And
that's cool.
But yeah, it's like he's got a million things. And my friend that passed away had a house like Forrest J. Ackerman's house. But yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, well, we'll see. It'll be interesting next Halloween to see how the country has changed. But they're
we're good, dude.
They're about to lose the election in Virginia, and I think next November, the next election, I think things will flip back. Where
I guess you saw today it was announced that they're not going to have. They may not have the results of the election until Friday.
Yeah, I seen that.
Has they already had the election, or is it next
Tuesday? But they're already saying it's going to take days to count them all.
Well, they said that before the presidential election. It was already known then that they might have a little bit of. They might have.
I said, if McAuliffe, see, like I said, my theory is that there's no way Biden would have let it out that they're planning on paying illegals $450,000 if they weren't already 100% sure that they had Virginia won. And I'm not smart enough geopolitically to understand what one has to do with the other, but I'd have heard people say if Youngkin wins, a lot of dominoes are going to start to fall. I don't think the cabal will let that happen. So I think McAuliffe's going to win easy.
I think they had plumbers out and they said, these pipes are starting to get weak. And they're probably going to burst by about a week, like probably at the midnight, they're going to break, and then you're going to have to evacuate the building. But you might want to sneak back in and do, if you have, yeah.
Well, the thing is that, if we're in the know, and I think much more, it's becoming pretty blatant what's happening. The people that just don't give a shit and figure they're going to navigate through life without not having to deal with anything, even they can see some of it. They know it's all bullshit. So that's a big thing that's going on. Tuck is supposed to have his big J6 thing coming out, which I knew from day one, and so did Greta. Greta knew. I mean, we all knew that was all bullshit. It goes.
You're frozen. That's why I'm laughing.
See, they've zeroed in on Basil.
Yeah, the cabal's getting you, man. I think that there's some people that are just total morons. There's a guy named Mark Dice that has a channel on YouTube. He's on that AJ show a lot, but he recently was out on a beach in California, and he's having people sign, a petition to save the Triceratops. That people are out hunting it. That Donald Trump Jr. is out hunting the Triceratops, and you need to sign this because they're endangered. And a couple of people said, "Oh, come on, man, that's a dinosaur." It's like, but most people are just, that would be horrible to lose the Triceratops. And it's just like people are so dumb that they'll believe anything. It's like.
Now I will say, now Youngkin has an 8-point lead among likely voters as of yesterday. If that holds into election day, and then it takes 3 days to count the vote, and suddenly McAuliffe wins, I I don't know what more it will take to wake more people up. And maybe if they were smart, they'd actually throw our side a bone to throw us off the track. But I think they're so arrogant at this point that they won't even do that. So like I said, I will believe that I believe that there's a chance to turn this around if Youngkin wins. If it's McAuliffe 3 days after the election, then there's really no point in voting anymore because they're all rigged.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Of course, what do I know? I thought the Bengals would beat the Jets today, so what the hell.
Is the World Series game still going on?
Yeah, Houston's laying the smacketh down on them now. The Braves went up 4-0, and it's been all Houston ever since.
What game is this?
5. If Houston wins this,
it's a 5, 5.
Yeah, they'll go back to Houston for 6 and 7.
Okay. Yeah, I remember Astro World. I think they tore that whole amusement park down.
Did you ever see the documentary for the Astrodome when it was first built?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've watched it.
No.
That would be right up your alley. If you, I mean, they had literally because they had bowling alleys in there. I mean, it was really, really cool. I think you can still find it on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah, I've seen it on YouTube.
Yeah, someone dug up the 1968 All-Star game that was played there, and I think they do a tour of it in that. It's not as long as I would have liked for it to be, but I mean, it was amazing all the stuff that had, and at the time, just how jet age it was.
They tore it all down a few years ago, right?
Yeah.
Figures. Yeah, there used to be a bowling alley in Dallas called the Bronco Bowl, and it had bowling alleys, but it also had indoor archery, and it went on and on and on, like you were going into an underground Spectre, where they're testing all their weapons. It's almost like because they had a giant concert arena in the back of the bowling alley, so you'd walk through and you'd see people shooting their arrows. It was just like and bowling, and then they had where a lot of the cooler bands performed in the early 80s, late 70s was at the Bronco Bowl, and so that was an interesting place. And it's gone too, a lot of the good stuff is gone.
For sure. Yeah, we used to in Fresno, like we were way ahead of the time. Well, actually, we were probably par for the time. We had trolleys here, That's why a lot of our big streets are wide, pretty wide, the old ones. And people always trip out, why are the streets so wide? And you tell them, well, we used to have trolleys here. And they're like, really, why did we get rid of them? And I'm all, well, that goes all the way back to the big Goodyear, rubber company scam that went on. And, I think they finally settled that out. I don't know, sometime in the late 90s. But anyways, that's where that comes from. And it's, Goodyear paid all these municipalities to get rid of the trolleys so they could sell more tires. And so right then and there, 180 years ago, 70 years ago or whatever, you got the first deal of giant municipal whole towns being bought off by a company,
Yeah.
And it's amazing. I mean, I love cars, but it would have been pretty cool if we still had trolleys. I think that would have been pretty neat.
Yeah, absolutely. So I miss when She-Hulk dressed like that. That was her first run, because then she became this model. Was she a model at this point? I don't think so.
No, this was This was the comic that started to change her personality from savage to sensational.
This
'Cause
particular issue?
Yeah, because she had just gotten that pink Cadillac, and she spent the whole issue trying to get Ben Grimm to bang her.
Oh, I haven't read this issue yet.
And, well, I just
It's
sorry,
like
just
3 Mile
spoiled
Island
it.
inspired. I just got this.
And then it was within a year of that they put her in the Avengers.
Oh, yeah. I saw you were on some show recently. We were talking about anytime you see the first 50 issues of Marvel team up, you were. Well, I don't know whose show you were on because you seem to be on every show.
I lose track. But yeah, I saw where you just showed number 5, and I read that again yesterday.
And it just happens to be right.
No, it's actually about 4 feet away, and it's already filed. So
is it a good issue? Because I've never read that.
Oh yeah, it's a great Gil Kane art. Kind of a cool story. It's actually a quasi 2-parter with issue 6, because the Puppet Master is the villain in both of them, and the Thing is in issue 6.
I like
That's cool.
The back cover. Vietnam War fun stuff. Yeah, I picked up a lot of good stuff here. So I bet, Eric, you know who she's saying. I guess that's a she. That could be a guy.
It's a guy. It's an actor who was dying.
I was going to say you're going to know who this is.
Yes.
It's an actor that's dying.
Yeah, and his last performance was he wanted to be able to fool Superman and Batman. So there's this thing where he plays 2 parts. And of course, Superman and Batman realize it right away, but the dumb broads don't. So they,
See, I guess it's the bottom part of the body that makes me think it's a girl because of the way the legs are crossed. But then you see the massive chest, and then you realize, like, what is that?
Now, you know who the artist is on that, right? On the interiors as well.
Is it Neil Adams?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. It's a very simplified Neil Adams. Yeah. Wow. Cool.
Yeah, that is not a cheap book.
Pretty good, huh?
That is not a cheap book. So that's a good pull.
I've been working. Like I had to work more than a few days to pay off this box.
That was well worth it.
Yeah.
So, speaking of cool stuff, now Friday night when we do the readings, you got to join us this week because
this time make sure I know when it starts.
10 o'clock on England.
Before I discovered it, you guys were already into the reading, so I couldn't pop in. What is the book next week?
We're doing Hostess ads.
Oh yeah, so there's a million of those, and I'll help with that.
I'm not sure how that's going to translate into readings, but I told him, I said we've got to do the one where the alien couple comes to Earth to blow it up because they think Earth is useless, and Superman gives them Hostess cupcakes, and they eat one and go, wow, if this planet is capable of producing such delicious treats, they deserve to be saved.
So when's someone going to do an omnibus of that? It seems like someone should, obviously it's not taken out for that, but
I would buy that in a heartbeat.
Could they do a joint Marvel and DC, and then those Marvel and DC heroes would show up in Gold Key? The ads would show up in.
I don't know how that would work, but
you'd have to get Hostess's permission, but I don't know why they wouldn't like to have free publicity.
I'd love to see that. Some of those were just hysterical.
Yeah. I would love to be there for that, and that gives a lot of different chances to do different voices. What are the most actors you've had on any given episode?
Probably 6.
Oh, really? So everyone has to do multiple voices?
Depending on what the story is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that would be a blast. I just Friday's kind of hectic because my friend comes to visit and we're trying to eat. When does the show start?
At 10, and it's usually over by 11. Oh, last Friday we got done reading the Strange Adventures and realized we'd only killed about 20 minutes, so we read the first Eclipso story also, and we were still done in under an hour.
What do you guys like? All have the comic book, so you know what you're going to read. So,
no, Englentine has one of those subscriptions where he can pull it up and share it on his screen. Yeah, or sometimes he'll pay $1 or $2 for the issue to get the scans of it.
But how is he going to accumulate all these Hostess ads together? Is there an archive of those?
There must be. And I think he did a video once where he just showed all of the ads, because he used to do them with cover scans also, where he would do like 100 Batman covers, with a backdrop of public domain music. And I always thought those videos were fascinating.
Well, I wonder if there's an archive somewhere that has the Mexican Spider-Man books from the mid-70s.
If you find it, let me know, because that's kind of like the holy grail now for guys like us. Because I would kill to get those.
Well, my wife could translate them, and then if Englentine got close-ups of the panels with my wife's translation, maybe we could do them in English.
Yeah, I'd settle for. I mean, I wish they would just do that, because I'd love to read the stories, because I watched those videos you were talking about, and yeah, they did have an affinity for Gwen's backside.
Yeah, that Shanghala guy, right?
Yeah,
who is I've realized that he is part of. There's another channel called Sell My Comics, and they get giant cardboard boxes filled with comics. They buy collections and they open them up, and they're real proud of they've got some little X-Acto blade they open up the boxes with, and they sell it, with their name of their store. But anyway, they open them up and they show the books, and then apparently they get the books that are more valuable, and they put them in short boxes, and they give them to the Shanghala guy who works for them.
Yeah.
And he pulls the books out and just talks about them. And he's just this really jolly guy. And I realized it just sounds, I was talking about this earlier, he sounds like Santa Claus. You never see anything but his hands, but it's like Santa Claus is just that he laughs like Santa about the books. And so, yeah, I find channels like that interesting. And what I want to do, I was almost going to do that this evening, but I'd like to do it when we get, some night I'd like to, like talk about a YouTube channel that's really cool, and then I can show it and why it's cool, like Shanghala. And then someone else talks about another channel, and it doesn't have to be comic book related. It could be music related. It could show old movies. And I'd like to learn about, what other people watch on YouTube. I think it would be fun to share, or other websites off of YouTube also. That would be something I'd like to do sometime.
Yeah, you seem to find more things on YouTube than anybody else that I know.
Well, a lot of times we watch all kinds of weird stuff.
Well, I think that's the difference between sports fan and non-sports fan.
I've got extra time in my hands.
Sports are a huge time suck for me, but
right.
And between that and watching all the people, I'm down to now. There's a couple guys on YouTube that I don't know personally that I still watch, but most of them are because people that I watch and do streams with. Yeah, I kind of feel I'm gonna say it's an obligation because it's fun. I mean, if I didn't like it, I wouldn't do it. But I'll watch. It was nice to see, good, like put in the comments, good old fashioned gratu video like the old days, which you used to do more of before we started streaming a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to watch, because I could watch a movie or watch your video. I'd watch your video.
Yeah. The canned videos. Yeah.
I mean, I'm amazed at how, And you know, my friend Jerry pointed this out too. Also, he goes, it's amazing how he can just talk. It's like, you know, so naturally and stay interesting over the course of a video. I mean, I do a 10-minute video and I feel like I've put myself to sleep.
Well, it's self-preservation because I'm a retired school teacher, so you kind of have to have that skill. And even then, a lot of my students thought I was incredibly boring. But I tried to keep things interesting for them, and I wanted them to learn, and I didn't want them to become moronic sheep. I wanted them to develop a wanting to, you know.
But it's a definite skill because I said, yeah, I can hold up my end of the conversation for hours on end. You take away the other person, and I can't do what you do. And I said, not everybody can. So I said that's a gift that you have for that.
But sometimes you're a little tired and you just don't, you know, it's like tonight I was kind of flailing a little bit until people came on, because it's like, hey, oh man, I've been really beat lately. I don't know if I've been getting enough sleep, and then tomorrow I got to get my car fixed. I don't know what that's going to cost. So
now you keep things, you know, the people, I don't know, man. I mean, what's great about the channel, like each channel has its own thing, and Gratu's channel, the reason why I gravitated to it was, of course, because I know his wife, and she's like, you need to watch, you know, Gratu's channel, you know, watch my husband's channel. So like, I just got bored and I went to it, and a lot of it is, for me, was that was the first point, and then the second point is that it's just, you can just roll the topic. You know, some people are natural storytellers. That's what it is. And it's like, I have a gift for it, but I always think that I'm being long-winded, so I shut up. You know what I mean? It's just like Breen said, you know, and then other people are like, no, you know, you don't do it pretentiously neither. That's what's good. You know, some people they'll go on and it sounds pretentious after a while.
Now that we've been building you up like this, the next video you do, you're gonna stumble through it like you've never done one of these in your life.
I do. You know, what's interesting is when you put on the closed captioning and you see what the computer thinks you're saying, and then you notice, well, I do say a lot. You notice things like that, and then so it's funny how they interpret some things you say. Like every time I say Gratu Orlov, it's like
yeah, don't get too hung up on that crap.
No, it's funny because it's like it's new names that's like, oh, that's almost better. Garage Warlock, Grati. They have all these great. It's like, I never would have thought, you know, it's like it'd be Gratu Orlov, the Garage Warlock. You know, you can turn yourself into a beatnik poet with all the closed captioning. I just feel bad for people that are deaf because they're well,
I know
thinking people are saying.
Mine is, I say, you know, more than Bill Withers in Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And I try not to, but every time I'll watch one of our retrospectives or the ones we do about creators, and it just comes out. There's nothing I can do about it.
Well, you could say, not a joke. It's not hyperbole. I like to pick out things that Biden says and then just sprinkle them into my show. And then if someone ever actually does watch Biden talk, they'll say, wait, I heard Gratu say that. And then people just realize how moronic this guy is. And it's like, it's just a very subtle way to kind of red pill people. Or just talk about the Great Reset a lot. And then when people actually hear those words or Build Back Better, then they realize, well, wait a second, I heard someone else saying this. And then it just becomes ludicrous and silly that's repeated so much. They just think everyone's a complete moron. In a lot of cases, they're right. But It's just, yeah. And a few years ago, what was the expression I really hated? Well, for a while, everyone was saying moving forward, going forward. That was all communism.
Circle back.
And then what was before that? This isn't a political thing, but the thing that really annoyed me, I can't remember what it was. It was like, oh, it is what it is. Boy, I hate that expression.
I hate it too.
And I'd never heard this circle back stuff until Jin Saki or whatever, but apparently that's been around a while too in the corporate world. So yeah, I don't know. I'm horrified by what's going on in the world, and I'm kind of fascinated by it too. It's almost like kind of fun that I'm aware of what's happening. But that's a very selfish way of looking at it, because it's like, hey, I'm living through history, and every day I'm seeing it, and I'm aware of what's happening. And but then I realized, but you're just a lucky son of a bitch, because you retired at just the right moment, right when the pandemic started. And these people now are being confronted with a situation. They may be a few years away from retirement, and they're having to throw away everything, and they're not going to, they don't know if their children are going to be fed, or they're going to lose their houses. And it's thousands and thousands of people. American Airlines just canceled 1,500 flights, and then 600 more the next day. And some of it was, we did have some strong winds, but some of it because we really did have some strong winds where shit was blowing across the backyard. And they said they couldn't, and DFW is the major hub of American Airlines, but a lot of it's because of the people. They said, well, in other parts, because we don't have enough personnel, but they don't mention why. It's just like that Kyle Rittenhouse. It's like he's being chased. I don't want to talk about him too much because this is probably upset, but he's being chased by a guy who has just gotten out of the mental institution, and the guy is chasing him. And this was I saw this report. They had a documentary, 30-minute documentary, because his trial is about to start this morning on YouTube. And it was pretty honest. They say he was being chased by a guy that just got out of the mental institution, and he threw his bag of his possessions that he carried from out of the loony bin at Kyle Rittenhouse as he was chasing him. And then another guy fired a gun in the air. So Kyle Rittenhouse thought that the guy chasing him, he heard a gunshot from behind him and everything. And then, oh, hey.
Sorry to interrupt. I thought you might want a water.
Oh, sure. I was going to say, why don't you turn on that light? Because
yeah, sure.
So he thought he was being shot at, and then the guy pounced on him, and then he fired 4 times. Okay, so then everyone started following him, and he started to run, and that's when the other people were shot, that were attacking him. But what they didn't mention is that there was what they didn't mention, and they left out completely, was the fact that the guy that was mad at him, the people that were mad at him and were chasing him, were mad at him because he kept stopping them from rolling a dumpster that was on fire into a gas station to probably explode half the city. And he was stopping it and was rolling the dumpster back the other way. So they got mad at him and started chasing him, and they fired a gunshot in the air. And it's like, that part was left out, that he was, it's just like, I wonder what's going to happen to that. I feel sorry for that poor little guy. They're going to nail his, they're going to crucify him. Do you want to be on camera?
I don't know.
My wife has come into the room. People are what?
People literally think that he was a white supremacist that left home to intentionally hunt people. This is the narrative about this kid, and it's really disgusting because he was just trying to help. So my Halloween costume is bored, disabled housewife with lots of angst.
Wait, what is on your arm? Did you
What are you talking
No,
about?
is that blood on your other side of your arm? What the hell is
Oh,
that?
I was doing math with red marker. It got on
Oh
me.
my God, is that even on camera? It looks, I thought that you got slashed.
No.
What the
Sure looks like it.
You're doing math with red marker. Did you leave that marker where the dog will chew on it?
No. I have it with me.
Yeah.
Our
well,
dog chews every pen she sees. She gets really angry when she sees pens, and she has to eat every pen.
Hold on, let's change the format here so we can both be seen. We'll go to wide lens.
Oh, weird.
So anyway, well, we're probably getting way too much in. Probably we're talking about politically incorrect things, man. I shouldn't do that. We don't have freedom.
I like the whole point of that guy. The best is, you know, what he did, and it was all righteous, you know, without name dropping. He was totally righteous, and I love that meme that came around with dropping the F-bomb that said F-bomb and find out, you know.
Well,
he was like the F-bomb and find out king of the
they have
year.
a photograph where he's doing the AOK symbol, so that's proof that he's a white supremacist. But
oh my God,
you know, and yet a Batman movie can come out where he's just that's okay if it's Batman. That's but
so the guy that he shot was crying on Twitter again today.
Really?
Paying 90% of the time, and I'm a victim.
Did you guys happen to see the criminal records that came out on the two that he took out?
Yep.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about this much.
Yeah, that
bad.
Yeah, that's
about the worst.
Yeah, no, we have. Yeah, we're aware. We're aware.
Kind of stuff. Yeah, so that's all we need to say about that. So
yeah, we'll just drop that back. But yeah, absolutely. You know, we're aware. Absolutely.
But that's the way they all are.
This is,
and who knows what's going to happen with Alec Baldwin?
Look, YouTube algorithm. We're a comic book stream.
Yeah,
look, there's a comic book.
Yeah, we're all about love here.
All for love here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how people
take this YouTube algorithm. Boy meets girl.
Ooh, they're not
take that YouTube.
That.
It's just these romance comics. I wonder how many exist today. Because if they were ever bought in a collection for the last 30, 40 years, I'm sure they were all just trashed or thrown in a free box and it's like given away or put directly into a dumpster.
Yeah, I trip out on that. You know, that's like a great I never even paid attention to any of that, but what a great little niche that is right there. You know, you guys brought that up, and I'd never, you know, I'm a ephemera guy anyways by trade, but I never, that is like, makes so much sense why those things are so valuable is because, you know, who bought those?
Yeah, they were bought by girls, and girls didn't, no offense, but they didn't take care of books and especially records. I could always tell when I got a rock and roll record, it was owned by a girl. It was just scratched to hell, and they just didn't care. It's just like on the Archie covers, they had their records on the carpet without being in the sleeves, and guys had everything alphabetized and perfectly put. You know, it just
well, and also
different ways of looking at collectibles.
There were 4 or 5 non-superhero genres that the companies did, but the other ones, you know, war, western, science fiction, and horror, were also collected by boys. You know, romance was, you know, almost exclusively to girls, and that was all they collected, except maybe with the, you know, some Wonder Womans thrown in. So they weren't kept as part of a collection like the other genres would be, because you might have your Sergeant Rocks next to your Supermans, but you didn't have your Secret Hearts because you had 2 different groups of people. And so most of those just went by the board, and so the scarcity is what makes them valuable. Even if you you know, even the ones that weren't kept in the greatest condition in the world, because like I said, most of them did just get tossed.
So that collection that you wound up with, you said you had a long box or two of them. That
3.5.
3.5.
Yeah.
Do you have any duplication?
I'm sure there are some. Yeah, my friend Jerry's browbeating me for them, and I might have to. I might have to just like separate them and send a few out to different people.
Yeah.
It's so weird. It's so weird with you know, when we talk about scarcity and stuff like that. Like you can have something that is legitimately rare. I mean, maybe there might only exist 2 or 3 of that item anywhere, and it truly is rare. But it's not worth the fucking plug nickel. Pardon my French. It's not worth a plug nickel because there's not enough of it out there to satisfy the want for people to want to get it. So it's the baseball card analogy is like what I throw at something. It's things become collectible, and Breen's right, and you both of you guys are right. Things become collectible because the want, but then there's also things that become collectible because they're truly rare. But it can't be so rare that not a lot of people can't get it. Because if it gets like that, then it's you know, it's not accessible to most people. So you have to travel. It becomes like art. Then you have to travel in a very highbrow society to get what it's truly worth. Other than that, you know, you're gonna, you know, nobody really knows how to value it. You know,
Well,
that's about the romance comics is that there's enough of them out there where people are interested, and they are rare. But you know, it's not in the true form of rare. It's just like stamp collecting. You know, like they always say, oh yeah, this stamp I know because I'm a nerd stamp collector. See, where you guys are nerd comic book collectors, I'm a boring nerd stamp collector. And so you know, they'll say a stamp is truly rare, but actually there's thousands of them. But there's thousands and thousands of collectors, so it does make it rare. You know, even though there is quite a few of them. So,
but Basil, you own the single, undoubtedly the only existing copies on the planet Earth of those distributor pull sheets.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking
and
about,
you
Eric?
couldn't get a person to pull $2,500 for them. They could give a shit for it. I put it out on eBay for $2,500, and like people are like, "What the fuck is this?"
Well,
you know,
so you weren't able to sell it for that. I mean, because you have one that's like says, "Okay, this month pull up Marvel Mystery Comics #1 off the rack," which is pull Detective Comics 27. If it didn't sell, send it back to like the covers back.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got those months. I mean, it's like it doesn't show. If it had the pictures of the covers, yeah, I mean, you'd be talking the money that you'd get for coming across the border illegally, but I mean, or maybe more. I mean, but because those comics are worth that, and then but there's a lot. There's not a lot, but there's multiple copies of those. But there's no. I don't think it's possible more than one copy could exist of those sheets that you have.
Maybe. And you would think that the completist, the guy that can afford, you know, the $500,000 comic, you know, that paid the $500,000 would be like, who gives a fuck? I'll give that guy $2,500 and then I'll have the only one of those too. But they're so squeaky. They're so freaking squeaky, Gratu. They're so squeaky that
you'd have to sell those to someone like Nicolas Cage or Rob Zombie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to move into that. You have to move into that highbrow world. You understand, to sell that kind of stuff. And I'm not that guy. I'm not, and those kind of people, they look at like I said, they look at somebody like me like I'm a tunnel rat. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, I spent years learning my trade, and that's how that piece of paper got saved, jackass, is because that thing was gonna go to a garbage bin, and 98.9% of all people would have thrown that thing in a garbage bin, but I was smart enough not to throw it in the garbage bin. Yeah. You know what I mean? But that's how those people think. It's the same thing it's the same thing as in the art world. When you go into the art world, I know, because I've known people who've sold, and just like you guys, I've heard you speak on your can shows about your buddy who had a $500,000 this and that from a comic book or whatever. It's a different avenue. Like that piece of paper that I have, if I gave it to the best auction house in the world and let them take a piece of it, it probably will go for some money. But if I try to sell it out on the street corner, like on eBay, like I have it out there right now for $2,500, hell, I'm willing to take it. You know what I mean? If I try to sell it on the street corner, eBay, for instance, nobody gives a shit. They're just like, oh, this guy's a schmuck. Who's that guy? He's a scumbag. But if you give that piece of art to that highbrow guy, then all of a sudden it gets a different array of light put on it, and people get interested, and the people that got $500,000 to play around with like it's Monopoly money, it's no big deal to them. Those people become interested. You know what I mean?
These high rollers come in. They look like they're real estate people, and they come in and they're wearing their little suit coats or whatever. What do you call that little?
What do you mean?
Like not a suit, but just what you'd wear without a tie.
A vest. A
blazer.
Whatever, it's like
a jacket, like
just
a jacket, like a blazer,
just a jacket without the tie, So they look like they're real estate. And then there was two guys hanging back, and this one guy comes up. Do you have 361? And I was like, what the fuck? And then I said, excuse me. And then, of course, he's talking about the first appearance of Carnage, So they don't even say Amazing Spider-Man 361. They just, do you have 361? I mean, Eric, you'd probably know what they were talking about if someone said, do you have 361? Yeah. It just, I just did. It's just like that. Anyway, but they had the first appearance of whatever that psycho, the serial killer.
Cletus Cassidy.
Carnage. Cletus Cassidy. Yeah, I found
that's like 346 or something.
Yeah, so I guess that's not quite as valuable, although that's. No. I mean, technically, Venom's first appearance is Secret Wars 8, but there's an issue of Marvel Age that has a sketch of what the costume's going to look like 6 months before that. So it's that issue of Marvel Age that's previewing Secret Wars, the first appearance of Venom. And then if you look at the description of that issue of Marvel Age, they say it's the third appearance of Venom. So I don't even know, but
it's a different world, dude. That's all it is. I mean, I learned that from a friend of mine that was an art dealer. It's a different world. I found that out years ago. Like I used to deal long before mid-century modern. Everybody knew what it was. I knew what it was, and I collected it. I used to have like a garage full of my garage was full of mid-century modern furniture, and you couldn't sell it for the life of you. Okay. And I always thought it was cool because that's what my grandparents had in their house. And I loved that furniture. I thought it looked neat. And then, you know, I saw the revolution start to happen. You know, it's atomic age and blah blah, and you know, and like, and then all the fat cats started rolling out with the big money, and I was like, oh hallelujah, brother! I've got a whole garage full of that shit. You know what I mean? It's like
my friend that I was talking about, who's who I'm sure he's the one you were talking about. My friend that rescued Keanu Reeves out of the LA riots and who had that big collection of all the stuff, and he passed away. And then his brother owns the gorilla suit. Well, anyway, those two brothers, their father was a prominent dentist, but he had an art gallery with it dealt in Western art, you know, cowboys and Remington paintings and everything. But in the 50s, he was buying up Norman Rockwell paintings, and the art world told him, that's junk. That's illustrator art, you know, because art that was done for magazines or for commercial purposes was considered junk. And gauche, is gauche the word? What, I don't know. Is that a word? It was considered to be just trashy, you know, that's never going to be worth anything. And then they all changed their tune. And then, you know, so they have a Norman Rockwell sitting in their living room because they used to have a lot more. And, and my friend, when he was living in Hollywood, bought up tons of paintings by Reynold Brown, who painted the 50s movie posters like Tarantula and, you know, The Amazing Colossal Man and the 50-Foot Woman. And he had the original art. I mean, I saw the original art for Revenge of the Creature. It's fascinating. And that stuff shot up in value in I guess the 80s or 90s. They had a documentary that they ran on PBS, The Man Who Drew Bug-Eyed Monsters. And it was stuff that was done for these Roger Corman type movies, and people just considered it junk. Then people considered it to be a wonderful story. Oh, you just appeared like Zombie and Pee-wee's Playhouse. All of a sudden this face appeared out of the darkness.
Yeah, you were outside, huh?
Yeah, I was having a smoke.
But I didn't ever see the light of the cigarette.
I think it was.
Oh, you didn't see the cherry?
I was like wondering, like, what's going on in the world right now? Like where's it at? Like we seem to have mostly bad Halloween luck. Like we're always like broke or something happens.
We're broke.
I think it's usually
also Christmases,
taxes.
Thanksgiving, every holiday, and every other day of the year too. Actually.
Well, you should have saved that 16 cents from the 4th of July, and you wouldn't be in this situation.
Oh my God! So I'm just saying, if money were no object, where would I want to be tonight? Like, is there anything even going on? I imagine that there's a lot less going on than before the pandemic.
Well, I was talking about on my show today, at the risk of repeating all the jokes I made earlier. New Year's Eve is the alcoholics call it amateur night, and I kind of consider Halloween to be amateur night because it's the way I live. 365 days a year, I have monsters and skulls surrounding me, and then other people, it's like November 1st, we got to put it all back up in boxes and throw it out at the curb because Halloween's over. So we're not going to watch any more of these monster movies. It's like that's all year around for me. So,
but seriously, I've had bad Halloween luck like most of my life. Like the first Halloween I ever saw was when I was brought back over from Honduras when I was 4, and I was really excited. And I got like one of those ugly costumes that you collect where it's like plastic and it's just like a mask, like that rat fink mask you have there on your wall. Yeah. And like the plastic like suit.
Well, that's the way kids, that was the costumes kids had.
I was going to be Frankenstein, and I was so happy. And I remember one time I scared the shit out of my parents because there was this church across the street, and I used to like to swing on the big gate on the parking lot.
Yeah.
Like a huge gate. And my friend would just swing the hell out of that thing. Well, eventually the big gate came off of its hinges. And, you know, I was under the gate. So I decided to scare the crap out of my friend and play dead. And I stopped breathing and everything. And I look all crazy and dead. So she freaked out, and she ran across the street to get my parents to show them that I'm dead, you know. And then I'm like, oh man, I can't breathe again. They're coming, you know. So I start holding my breath, and I remember that after my accident, as I was recovering, I had bruises on both sides of my temple from the gate, and really cool. And then when I went back to school, they were calling me Frankenstein to make fun of me, but I thought it was cool. I was like,
I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening tonight.
Meyer, if you saw my video earlier today, I did an unboxing of the stuff you sent me, and I really appreciate it. But if you're still there in the chat, if you want to pop on, we've got room on the screen. So
yeah, I have no idea what's going on out there tonight. I mean, I don't even pay attention. It's probably been a good number of years, probably about four years now. But tonight is one of my best friends' wedding anniversary. They got married totally by accident on Halloween. Like, they didn't even realize what day it was. This is a great story. Let me bust this one out a little bit. So my old sergeant, he's my sergeant. He used to tell me this, he would tell us the story when we were, out on AT and stuff. And then over 25 years, 30 years now, I mean, I'm part of their family now. But anyways, how his wife were Mexican Americans. They came across, properly, and they worked. They were a hardworking family, and their family hated Jeff because Jeff was, kind of he came from a baller family. They had a few bucks, and he had a Corvette back in.
So they were allergic to money.
Well, no, they just thought that I mean, Carmela is stunning. She's a beautiful lady. Okay. They thought he was just gonna, take her out and have his way with her and kick her to the curb. Well, he eventually fought his way into, the marriage, and had to fight his brother and had to fight the dad. And, and they finally believed that, he truly loved their daughter. And he also knew he had to get out of town, else, he'd run the risk of her just like running back home or maybe going back to Mexico. So he joined he was already in the military, and he took an out of it. So anyways, they decided on a bum rush after he got her out of the house, finally, that they would get married. Well, it turns out that the day that they decided to get married, the day that the military chaplain had opened was a Halloween night. It was like on a Tuesday or something. And so they got married, and they didn't even realize it until like they went to go look at the paper or whatever that they had gotten married on Halloween night. So anyways, yeah, it's crazy. So anyways, for years and years and years at his house, we used to have a giant Halloween party because it was their anniversary. And we would set up a GP medium tent. I don't know if you know how big that is, but that's a pretty large military tent. Probably took like 3/4 of his backyard, and his backyard's basically an acre. You could drive a truck into it to help set it up. We'd set up that tent. We'd put up a gambling table. We'd have instruments and drums, and everything. So if guys wanted to jam, you could jam. And we did that for years and years and years. And it's just finally gotten to the point now where it got to the point 4 or 5 years ago where, he just doesn't feel like doing it. And we were just talking about it. I called him today, and he goes, I think our next anniversary, dude, we got to back out the tent, and we got to have a big blowout. And I was like, oh yeah, man, how great, how fun. I mean, we used to have some really, and it's not that a lot of people would show up, but it was just so much fun putting up the tent and, setting up all the gear and setting up the gambling table. And, we used to have a blast. I mean, every Halloween, and back then you could hardly get like anybody in my age group anyways to go, because there were always some band playing somewhere or something. I'd be like, hey, dude, why don't you come over to my friend Jeff's Halloween party, and I got more things to do. Now, shit, I told him, I said, if we would have set that up this year, we probably could have had a couple hundred people there, because there's, everybody's at that age group now where it's like, it's really cool to go do something really neat and unique, it's like, it was a lot of fun. We used to have a lot of fun on Halloween. And then, as a kid, I'm sure we all had fun on Halloween too, but as an adult, that was a lot of the best fun that I had. It was cool. It was really cool.
I had a friend that got married on Halloween, but they were aware of it, like completely aware, and everyone came in costume to the wedding, and they danced to the first dance to the Monster Mash and all that stuff.
Yeah,
you didn't
pre-plan.
I was like kind of like the cameraman. Did I dress up?
No,
I don't think I did.
You dressed up like because you wore like a suit, but you didn't wear a costume, is what I'm saying.
I thought it was a little silly, honestly.
So I've had very few good Halloweens, and I think one of the best ones was when I was 15, I read in the LA Weekly about this thing that was supposed to be like a mockery of a haunted house, and it was called the Museum of Mental Decay. And I would read the little descriptions of the event, and I was always like, oh my God, I really want to go to this, because it was all weirdo stuff, and I was all about being a weirdo. So I'd read this strange stuff like, because people would review it afterwards too, and be like, oh, we went into this dark room and like it was all wooden and nothing really looked weird. And then we started realizing that we were slipping on the floor, and that there were people between the floorboards. There were chocolate covered bodies kind of hiding in between, and just this like retarded stuff, like,
wow,
mentally handicapped stuff.
Oh, excuse me. We walked through the next room, and then
mentally challenged. Sorry.
We walked through the next. We walked through the next room, and then we got attacked by transvestite nuns that started vacuuming us everywhere with little dust busters and just all this silly stuff. And every year it was building up from it. Like, oh my God! And I could never go. Like I would be like out of the country or whatever it was.
So that was a church thing?
No, it was not a church thing.
Maybe it was an alternative to real Halloween.
Well, it turned out that it was put together by these people called the Cacophony Society.
Oh, okay.
And I finally got to go one day. It was fucking awesome.
Huh.
And all kinds of stuff happened to me. And it went on and on. It was underground in downtown LA, underneath this old Crocker Bank building. And it was a really big and impressive maze. And like when they let you down there, it's like, okay, it's your turn. We'll take like this group of 15 people. And once you get down in that basement and this creep goes up there and locks the door, I had that moment where I was like, what if this isn't all shits and giggles and I'm gonna get we're all gonna get killed down here? It had that like that like edgy creepiness. And I remember that there was a clown that grabbed my hand, and he was like slowly taking this chainsaw to my wrist. And
wow.
I'm like, a fucking real chainsaw. And like, am I just being stupid? And like, this is for real. Like there were all these little moments where I was like, am I really gonna get killed down here?
See,
wow.
The joy has been taken out of Halloween by all this shit. And Halloween used to be a fun kids holiday. Yeah, and at a certain point, you go to these spirit stores and it's all like intestines hanging out and people's eyes gouged
Yeah.
out, hanging on hooks, and everything has
Yeah.
been changed with the Hellraisers and the Texas Chainsaw I like that movie, Chainsaw Massacre, but Halloween was like something not that much different from Casper and Wendy and you.
Yeah.
It's like it was just a fun holiday, and now it's just gore and all this stupid shit.
Well, it wasn't all like that, and there were some art installations that were really good. There was everything going on, like, and you know what the best part was is that they had beers, like cold beers, laying around in all the different rooms in the mazes. So I used to be like, like a frat rat, like, oh my god, I'm gonna drink all the beers I can while I'm down here. So I got really, really wasted. And there was one room that was done so well. It was like this, like, it was dark and it was like lit with these colorful lights, and then you can walk up to it's like a fancy dining room setup, but it's all like I don't know, it's like really creepy and modern looking. And I started realizing that everything on the platters and the plates and the dishes you open were all kinds of like disgusting live things. But I'll tell you that the scariest room of all was a classroom that looked 100% like a real classroom. I don't know how it was, like they absolutely recreated a public school classroom, and it was nothing. It was bright lights. It was the kind of clock and a chalkboard and the ceiling and
That's
everything.
the most terrifying room, probably.
That was the scariest room, because they're like, and this is a classroom, and you're like sitting there, and just like you're like, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to, like, once everybody sits down, is something horrible going to happen? But
what happens every day in the public schools.
That was it. It was like, here is the worst, scariest place you've ever been, and you're back in it.
So so they had a sense of humor.
Oh, indeed, yeah.
This guitar Cleo got in Japan, and they write random words on it in English because they can't read English. It says "suck me," "lick me," "love me." What does it say over here? It says "love me" over and over again, but then it has "lick me" and "suck me."
What else does it say?
What is? Oh, is that "spank me" down here?
Sure.
You got a couple of broken strings that I don't know how to repair.
And a big chip, and then it had a little.
Who had the chip? Who broke the chip?
Back here, I don't know.
Who did that?
I don't know.
Was it chipped before?
No.
What fucking idiot did that?
I don't know.
We had a house guest playing the guitar. This is really cool, man.
There's been a couple of those idiots.
No, I agree. I mean, when I was a kid, I always liked the mystery of Halloween, not all the gore crap. I always liked the spook part, the telling of the story.
And I like all the traditional stuff. I don't like gore. I like gory movies, but I don't like. It's to a certain extent, but I don't like. I've never liked slasher movies. I liked the first Halloween, but that wasn't a typical slasher movie because that was always the question: was he supernatural? Was he the boogeyman?
Exactly.
I like really gory movies if it's a monster producing the gore, but if it's just like a movie, where a normal person is slashing at people, I don't really see the sense in that. And
no, I like the mystery. I mean, I love the pickers, like when they find all the old Halloween stuff. I had a friend of mine that collected ancient Halloween stuff, and it was like really kind of more lure, more ghost story style, more like old American tales or old European tales, more old Mexican, like Llorona. Like, the story of Llorona, like, that's like scary, that kind of spook stuff. And then as you got older, it kind of just didn't, that all got lost, and it just turned into a party. It was just
Well,
like who had the coolest costume. And I remember one year, Cleo, check this out, Cleo. One year I dressed up like a Nazi. I had the full uniform, the whole thing, and people were freaking out on me. They were freaking out on me. They were like, "Hey, dude, what's up?" And I go, "I can't think of anything scarier. Can you?" And it would shut them up.
Well,
I go,
this year you could have dressed up like a commie. It would have been equal impact.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You probably would have gotten a lot of high fives for it, though, making it even scarier.
Well, they're the same thing. I mean, you seriously, if you know
like from the war.
The truth of the matter, it's the same deal.
What's that?
It's the same deal. You know, there's no difference between a Nazi or a commie. It's the same thing.
Right. I grew up with a friend that was a genius, and he was just obsessed with all that commie stuff. And I used to pray for him. I used to be like, this kid is brilliant. Fix him, God, because he could do good things. Well, eventually this happened, and right now he's very much in the fight. And you guys should look up his stuff. He's awesome. He can talk. I wish that I could talk like that guy. His name is Joaquin Flores, and he's from my neighborhood. And he's living in Serbia now, and I've seen him on like.
Wow, what the hell is he doing there?
I don't know exactly, but he is like advising the embassies down there on what to do. He's a journalist. He got like, you know how they deplatformed Alex Jones everywhere?
Yeah. They
did that to him. And so like his name is spelled like a J, like the actor that played the Joker.
Yeah.
Phoenix. So to like surpass the AI and stuff, he's using an X, right, for the Joaquin. And the Flores, he's trying to trick it like it's a capital F, but instead of using like a lowercase L, he's using an I. So he's starting to trick it to where like he can begin to pop up places. But mostly I check him out on Telegram. And just to watch the dude talk sometimes is really a beautiful thing. And I feel like, I see that Meyer Greenblatt is trying to come on. So let's see if I could figure out how to let him in. Bear with me, Meyer. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Uh-oh. No, don't do that. It says edit name, edit mic settings, kick from studio, ban from studio. None of those. Oh my God. What do I do? I'm trying to let Meyer Greenblatt in, but I don't know how.
Okay, I'll do it.
I think I did it.
Click on...
I did it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know, but he's here, and I didn't destroy him by accident.
All right, here you go.
Well, you got his room on, but apparently you destroyed Meyer himself.
Maybe I blipped him.
Oh. Yeah, that's a different. Well, no, that is the same. The camera's over a little bit to the right of where he normally broadcasts from.
I think he'll be back if he went somewhere.
Yeah, he may not have expected to get on that soon. So
there he is.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Happy.
Hey, Meyer. Happy Halloween.
Did you get any trick-or-treaters in San Francisco?
No.
None? What? Well, you're in an apartment building where they have to be buzzed in or something.
Yeah. I'm in a building with you have to be buzzed in. And
previous years, were they getting in and knocking on your door, or never?
Never ever.
Oh, so that just doesn't happen there.
Maybe
we've never had
living in this place.
Never had trick-or-treaters, like kids in the building even trick-or-treat. Never had that even.
Oh, wow.
And even in this neighborhood, it's like it's quiet. It's quiet here.
Oh, wow.
There's not much going on.
I don't know if I told you guys this, but You know how like he talks about his friend that was rescued by Keanu Reeves?
No, he rescued Keanu Reeves.
I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. It's like I'm drunk or something. It's crazy. All right, so when I went to San Francisco right before the pandemic like became a deal, I went down there when Nancy Pelosi was down there, like, come down to Chinatown, everybody, everything's fine. You know, I was there at the end of January 2020, and I knew that it was coming, and I knew that it was just about to spread, and that I was like getting in and out in the nick of time. And my intuition was like, everything's gonna be okay. You're not gonna catch it. You're gonna leave before it like really spreads or whatever. Like that was like what I was thinking. So I saw Keanu Reeves there, and I grilled him about his friend.
No kidding. Wow.
I went to this concert that was really crap at the jazz place, like San Francisco Jazz Center or something. And it was that lady Lou Reed's widow. What's her name? Laurie Anderson?
Laurie Anderson.
Laurie Anderson was doing a duet with the guy from Faith No More, Mike Patton.
Wow.
And it was like this experimental music. And for a couple of seconds, they had me fooled. I was like, oh, this sounds all weird and cool. And then I was like, this is starting to really suck and get on my nerves. And then I was like, these guys are just winging it. And they're just like being buttholes and just making money. I am like convinced that this is a total sham and that they didn't rehearse at all. And that whatever they thought they were going to do just sucks. But when I was in line, because I had the feeling this is what was going to happen, I was in line to get a drink, and I was like, the guy in the next line was Keanu Reeves and his girlfriend, which they've been showing in the media, the gray-haired lady that looks like she's really cool. So then I started asking him about his friend and stuff, and he was really nice. And I got to talk to him a bit. And one of the girls that I was with was like ridiculous. She like was like mad that I was talking to him. And she tapped my shoulder really hard. And she's like, do you have any idea who you're bothering?
Yeah, he's like, a very important person. You can't possibly disturb someone like that.
I had more to talk about with them than this person that I was there with, because she's just lame. So yeah, that was weird, but it was cool to ask them about that movie that they worked on and stuff, and they were just so nice. And his girlfriend was really odd because she like radiated this like crazy amount of positive energy that's very rare. Maybe she was from another planet. I don't know.
It could be. The movie they worked on together was Freak.
What was the retort though? What was the retort? Did he remember? Did he remember Gratu's buddy saving him or what?
It was really interesting because this guy was kind of a controversial person, and he was kind of like telling me without admitting that he knew him. He was like, I think I know who you're talking about.
Okay.
He goes, did we work on the movie Freaked together? And he was like telling me without like incriminating himself, because he had no idea, like, was this guy still alive?
Yeah.
Was he still around? And I didn't mention that at all. I wasn't like, oh, he passed away or anything like that. But he was really cool.
Because people in Hollywood have a great disrespect for people that collect guns and that know about guns. But if my friend was alive and had been on the set of that Alec Baldwin movie, none of that would have happened, because he knows what he's doing, and he wouldn't have allowed something like that to happen. Of course, he wasn't handling firearms. He was coordinating special effects, like creature special effects and blood explosions and stuff. But in the case of Freaked, all these mutated creatures and Big Daddy Roth looking monsters. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of people in Hollywood. That's the whole thing. He was made up fun of on the set because he always was. Everyone knew he always had a gun until the LA riots broke out all around the set, and the producers left in their helicopters, and they were all abandoned there. And he was able to rescue Keanu Reeves and get him out of, just like in a movie, by driving his Cadillac out and making sure his gun was in his hand on the steering wheel, so that people, because remember, they pulled that guy out of the truck and threw bricks at his head. And
oh yeah,
that could have happened to Keanu Reeves, and then there would have been no Matrix movies.
Guys, I'm
Berserker comics.
I'm heading out. Got an early day tomorrow morning. Myra, good to see you. Basil, good to see you. Cleo, good to see you. Ken, you guys have a great evening, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care.
All right, take care. Bye. So
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Now Keanu Reeves is producing a comic book that he's going to turn into, I think, a Netflix movie or some kind of movie. It's called Berserker, and the character in the comic is drawn to look like him. So it'll be a natural, for him to star in it. So that's an interesting way of doing it, for a movie star to create a comic book specifically for him to star in once it becomes popular.
That's like never happened, right?
Not to my knowledge. No, not by the person themselves. Like Marvel started a separate line of comics where they drew Nick Fury, who was an Anglo character for many decades. They drew him to look exactly like Samuel L. Jackson. And then 10 years after they did that, they got Samuel L. Jackson to play that character. So it was like they were doing it to reel him in. But that's slightly different than if Samuel L. Jackson started producing comics where he's drawn in the book in order to make a movie. I don't think it's ever been done. Yeah, it's interesting though.
Is he like known to be into comics?
Not that I know of. Nicolas Cage is, because he changed his name. His real name's Coppola. But he didn't want to ride on his family's coattails, so he changed his name to Cage from Luke Cage in Marvel Comics. Yeah, he renamed himself after that character.
Is your back starting to hurt again?
No, I'm just stretching.
Okay.
I'm doing much better. I was in agony about 2 months ago. I don't know how long I've been going to that chiropractor.
I feel like you've been going to that guy for a while, but I feel like he's a miracle worker.
Yeah, and every visit isn't much longer than 4 or 5 minutes, and I'm sure he's getting paid hundreds of dollars for each visit. But it's very effective. He just puts me on a table and moves a few things around and zaps my ear, which is like an electronic form of acupuncture, and then I go into another room where they either put this bed that kind of rolls underneath me, and then I'm out, and it's quicker than a visit to McDonald's.
I'm probably going to be next because I'm really screwed with my back right now.
Yeah, and then we both need to lose weight, and that'll fix a lot of problems too. But we were doing great at the beginning of the pandemic. It was like we were doing fantastic. We were losing all kinds of weight, but then now, you know what an empath is, right? Like from Star Trek, someone that absorbs all the energy around them. And Cleo is a natural kind of an empath. And when all this pain all throughout the country, all these people losing jobs and everything, and she feels that, and she can't sleep, and then or she'll wake up feeling awful, and I'm realizing, well, some of it I think she's just picking up from what's going on. You just, like, some people tune in like it's radio waves, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of new agey, but I think that's what's going on. She's always kind of picked up from people around her, and there's just, it's kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi sensing that Alderaan had been blown up or something. It's like that's what's happening to our country.
I wish I could go into a bubble and just shut it out some, but I can't. I try everything and I can't. So I just have to deal with it.
Helmet like Magneto or something.
I don't know.
Or a space helmet.
I think he's kind of like that too. I've noticed, like, if he's around someone and they feel a certain way, it rubs off on them.
It does.
Yeah.
I thought I was completely oblivious and selfish, just what I've been told. I don't know. Maybe so, but I don't know.
I think you pick up people's vibes.
Probably. So what's been up, Meyer? You get anything cool lately?
Not really. Nothing really.
You have this little Hot Wheels guy with the, where is that thing at?
Right there.
Yeah. I got this at Kroger or something. I think at Kroger. It's like the weirdest Hot Wheels. It's like a little surfer guy. You ever see this thing?
No, I haven't seen. Oh, I saw it in your video earlier.
Oh,
I
okay.
hadn't
You
seen
watched the video from earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. I watched your video a couple hours ago.
Yeah. I got to dig out that Commandy comic to look at the original panel.
Yeah, I even forgot exactly what it looked like, what the original panel looked like, because I just kind of started on that little, just started on that little card. I used to do a lot of drawings and paintings on that card back, that exact size card back, and I just
never
do
thought
it with ink, with like a Copic marker, and then
I was gonna ask
acrylic paint, and then more ink on top of that, and then just some clear gloss.
That's really good.
I don't know what a Copic marker is.
Just a real fine tipped pen. Copic
Okay.
is a brand. It's like
okay.
Repulograph. They're really nice pens, yeah, for drawing.
I never thought to do a painting that small. Have you ever worked bigger much?
Oh yeah, I've worked bigger. I've got big, quite bigger stuff, and then I don't know, it's just little stuff too. I've got a lot of little stuff as well.
You should do an episode of your show where you show your art.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe I'll do it eventually. I'll get to it eventually. I've got a lot of stuff to get to. I've been kind of taking a break. I haven't been creating much on YouTube, and I've been taking a break from YouTube itself. Like, I've been not watching YouTube all day long, and I've been working around the house, going to the beach, and then also watching Netflix and Prime instead of YouTube. Just kind of taking.
What have you watched lately on Netflix and on Prime?
On Netflix, I just finished that show called Ozark. Have you heard of that?
I've heard it's good, but I haven't seen it.
So I think I just watched the first 2 seasons, and I think the 3rd season is coming up in February. I really, really liked it. It was good. I recommend that. It's gritty. It's kind of I would put it on the same genre or level as like Breaking Bad or The Sopranos, in that the main characters are not likable people. They're criminals.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but it's good. I like that. And then on Prime, I'm watching The Boys right now. I just started season 2.
Man, those guys are dickheads.
Yeah, we watched season 1. We haven't seen season 2.
Yeah, I'm just getting ready to start it.
Now that's one where they really The Boys is one where they're really not likable.
Yeah, exactly.
Even the girl that's the good girl, like, I don't even like her.
Right.
Well, I just found a giant amount of the comic, including the first issue, and like a couple weeks ago in the back room of that store. And the comics are more extreme than the show.
Really?
By a long shot. Yeah, they push things very far. Yeah, there's all kinds of. It goes a lot farther in every respect.
Actually, if I'm gonna like anybody the best, I'm gonna like the Australian guy the best.
I don't remember.
Right, with the dark hair and his wife was killed or something.
Right. Well, I like all of those people. You know, I like the boys. I like all of those characters.
You do. I hate
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I like Huey, and I like Mother's Milk, and I like the French guy, and I like the superpowered Japanese girl. I like all of them.
I actually forgot about the good people. I'm focusing on like the evil blonde Superman guy.
The Australian guy is
yeah,
Dr. McCoy.
he is
Eric
really
Breen said
unlikable.
Billy Butcher, and that's who I remember liking.
Oh,
Yeah, Billy Butcher.
Because I
Billy
just like
Butcher,
Australian people
Is that-
because they call people that they like cunts, and I
Is that
like
Dr.
that.
McCoy from the Star Trek movies?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Judge
okay.
Dredd. He was
Right.
Judge
Oh,
Dredd.
that was great. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I do remember ending up liking the French guy. I guess I was just remembering the bad guys, the team of
Yeah,
the people that are supposed to be the good guys.
So we need to watch the second season of that. We need to watch the second season of.
I mean, it was still like addictive and entertaining. I'm not saying like that it's not a good show. I just remember how much I hated those guys.
We need to watch the second season of Umbrella Academy. Was maybe the second or third season of Doom Patrol.
Yeah.
We need to watch
Teen Titans.
We have to watch the new
Titans.
season
Sorry,
of Teen
Titans.
Titans. I think that just finished up, possibly.
A couple of episodes of Stargirl. Are you watching Stargirl?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
You can see it on CW. You don't like have to pay.
What about the first season? The
haven't
first
seen
season
that
you might
yet.
have to have HBO Max. I don't know.
But I don't watch any regular TV, so but yeah, maybe I'll check it out. I would be
We
jumping in
use the
late.
CW app because we cut the
We
cord
don't have
with
an
the
antenna
cable.
either.
Oh, really? Oh, I'll check it out. Maybe I'll check out the CW app. I just watch what do I have? Netflix, Prime, Disney, and YouTube, and I don't even
Have you
watch all
watched-
that stuff.
What like
Disney I
newer?
barely watch.
What newer movies have you watched on Disney that you liked?
On Disney?
I didn't really want to watch Cruella, and then I really liked it, even though it was kind of like really vapid, but I really enjoyed it.
I started it and I didn't finish it. What do I like on Disney? I like they have a TV show called The Right Stuff that's based on the book The Right Stuff. That's pretty good. It's a Disney Plus show. It's pretty good. I like that. I can't think of any movies that I watched recently.
The space race. It's about the
Yeah,
space
yeah.
race, like the movie.
It is.
How
It's-
does it compare to the movie from the 80s?
I kind of like it better because it's more long and drawn out, and you get a more in-depth look at the astronauts and like the Mercury original cruise, like before. Well, it's just more in depth, is what I would say. It's just more in depth.
Have you seen this new Dune?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Do you
Have
have
you seen it?
HBO Max?
No, I don't have HBO.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. We're wanting to see it, or at least I'm wanting to see it.
We have internet with AT&T, and they throw in like free HBO Max with our internet, but it's BS because now our internet just costs more. They're just forcing us to buy HBO Max is the way that I see it. But
And they were upping their subscriber numbers so they would look better to their stockholders against Netflix. So that's how they don't mind giving away free subscriptions to look more successful.
cool. Yeah,
Have you guys seen the Squid Games yet?
I've heard people talk about it, including the very ending, because it's like something that everybody's talking about on the radio and everywhere I go.
That's unfortunate.
Did you watch it?
Yeah. I went into it completely blind, so I didn't have any spoilers.
I saw a little
loved it.
piece. I saw a little piece, and I was like, "This looks really evil. Like it's gonna like make me squirm and have heart palpitations and need to take a tranquilizer." That's
yeah,
what's gonna
maybe
happen.
so.
Like the world
I loved
today.
it. It's an edge of your seat thriller type situation where it's like I think I might have watched it in 2 days. I watched like 4 episodes one day and 5 episodes the next day. Like I binged it
Listen,
hard.
I wish you knew Spanish because I have like a Salvadorian parody of the two characters where the woman like takes him out, you know? He's like, no, and she's like, ah. And it was really funny because they're like fighting about child support in Spanish. It was so funny. But yeah, no, I'm terrified of it, but I do want to see it.
It's good.
Did you of course you watched the Black Widow movie, right?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, well, that's on the Disney Plus already.
Yeah, like I said, I watch mostly old stuff. Like I watch old movies before I even watch the new stuff. Like I haven't even watched all the Star Wars, like the new Star Wars movies. I don't think I've seen all the MCU movies. I need to check it out. I need to spend more time and watch more Disney Plus.
You don't need to watch any of the Star Wars movies that have come out recently.
Yeah.
It's better off that you just remember the original 3.
Yeah.
Roger that.
I usually can't make it through stuff. Like I couldn't make it through the first episode of What If. I couldn't make it through Wanda and the Vision. I couldn't make it through Falcon and Winter Soldier.
No,
Loki. I couldn't make it through Loki. I always get turned off by the political agenda. Like it. I don't know how it's just, how could you not notice it? It's so ham-fisted, right? Is that
like this, like whatever?
Well, yeah, but I see it was pretty strong in Falcon and Winter Soldier, very strong, and in
I really
What
enjoyed
If,
WandaVision.
See, What If the storylines in the comic were just really interesting, and then in the TV show, it's just, what if this character was a girl? What if this other character was a girl? What if this? It's just like
I'm not interested at all. I'm not even gonna try. But I have a friend whose dream is to open up an amusement park. So he was watching something on there. I think they were staying here for a little bit. Like it was quite a while ago. It was like December of 2019. And they were watching a show of when like Disney was building Disneyland. And that was really beautiful. Have you watched that?
Is it an old show? Is it like
No, but it's all about when they were building Disneyland in the old days, and they have all this awesome footage, and it's really
No, I'd like to see that. I haven't watched that yet, but I'd like to see it.
Do you know
I like to watch all the old stuff on Disney Plus. Like I watch all the old Disney movies instead of the new ones.
I recently watched Sleeping Beauty and Snow White, and I had a great time.
Yeah, well, they're all great. I
So
kind of
then-
watch the shitty stuff that reminds me of my childhood, like the computer wore tennis shoes, or the Love Bug, or the ugly Dachshund. You know those ones, because it reminds me of those Disney movies that we used to watch as kids, like that would come, like the Apple Dumpling Gang.
They're never
They're
gonna
shitty
put-
movies, but I enjoy watching them.
That's
yeah,
never gonna be on the
remember that
TV show.
That's what
or Battle Conan.
They screw everything up, man. It always comes back to this, but yeah.
I
How
gotta
could you
find
do
the
it?
name of the show for you because that is good. When they were building Disneyland, that was
Yeah, we can find out
really
pretty quickly.
awesome.
Yeah, let's see if I can.
What did I do with my phone? Because
It's
I
right
have it-
down there by the guitar.
Oh, I dropped it. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so do you like watching just like the classic old movies? Like just regular old classic movies?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Recently, I made this guy for the first time watch the Audrey Hepburn movie Sabrina, and we had a good time.
That's a great one. Is that Humphrey Bogart and Cary Grant? Who's in Sabrina?
No, it is Humphrey Bogart, though, isn't it, Kenneth?
Yeah.
And Audrey Hepburn, but I can't remember who is the actor that played his brother.
It's two guys that are vying for Sabrina,
William
right?
Holden.
Yeah, William Holden. Yeah, that sounds right.
You're right, William Holden. That's a great movie. I haven't seen that in a long time. Are they rich? And is she the chauffeur's daughter or something like that?
Yeah.
Yes.
God, I can't believe I remembered that.
So
yeah,
now
I remember. I watched that with my dad.
I want to get him to watch her other movies, like whatever, Roman Holiday and Charade and what's that one? Funny Face. He got me to watch the Barbara Streisand Funny Girl, and I loved it. I'm like, whoa! I'm like having a great time watching the horrible Babs.
That's a really interesting story. Fanny Bryce, you know, the woman that movie is based on. She's super interesting, and I've been listening to and watching. So she had an old time radio program that was super famous. It was called Baby Snooks, and then that transferred into television as well. And you can find some of the old Baby Snooks TV footage on YouTube, and then a lot of the radio footage. She was absolutely hilarious, and her character Baby Snooks, kind of like a female Pee Wee Herman, is how I would describe it.
Wow.
But really weird and obnoxious and bizarre. She's this 40-year-old woman who acted like a I don't know, an Asperger 8-year-old girl, kind of like the same kind of shtick that Michael Richards did on Fridays. That same deal where she's like this woman acting like an obnoxious child. But she was amazing, super talented.
That's where Pee Wee got the idea.
It's very possible. She's super talented, or she was, and she had a couple really talented children. Her son, William Bryce, is like one of the most famous abstract expressionist painters of like the 20th century. Like, kind of bizarre, interesting how
really want to see the sequel now, but it's not streaming anywhere, so I'm just gonna have to like buy the movie. But what is it? It's Funny Girl.
That's Funny Lady.
Funny Lady.
That was from the 70s.
I gotta see that now, and that like kind of like piqued me, and now I want to watch anything I could find with this Ziegfeld guy.
Right.
So I guess there's 3 movies about him, huh?
There may be more than that.
Or more.
Right.
But the Follies, Ziegfeld Follies. What's the first one, like from the 30s with Myrna
There's one
Loy?
called The Great Ziegfeld.
That one. I want to start with that one.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched Intolerance with the big set of Babylon, the silent movie?
No, I haven't.
Well, we were talking about that earlier. It's a big set they made in Hollywood of Babylon back in 1916, and it's really neat to look at it. But he was telling me that part was only like the first third of the movie.
Well,
that the movie's in like 3 different parts.
Yeah, I think it starts in present day. I think it starts in present day, whatever, 1916 when that was filmed, and then there is a segment that. Well, see, the thing is, D.W. Griffith made Birth of a Nation, which was
my crazy stuff is getting onto your feed because they know we're connected.
Oh yeah, I'm pulling up YouTube on another window here, so that's
there you go.
But anyway, it was he made Birth of a Nation, which which was really people said, well, you're glorifying the Ku Klux Klan, and people are shooting off fireworks. I hope they're fireworks.
Right? Whoa.
Either that or there's a shootout. Anyway, so anyway,
welcome to the jungle.
So he made a movie
So you can
called Intolerant. Yeah, they made a movie. He made a movie called Intolerance, kind of as an apology to say, "Hey, I'm not racist," and shows different time periods in intolerance that happened. Oh, that's the wrong button.
Oh.
And he shows Babylon. So I need to hit the share button. So you need to learn how to do this, because when you start your channel, you can do this. Then you hit share screen. She's going to start a channel hopefully soon. Chrome tab. So
I caught this lady named Adrienne Curry on Facebook, and I'm like, she's totally doing what I want to do. She's like selling Avon while she's like dogging Joe Biden and stuff, and I really like it. And she's very smart, and she makes me feel sane.
I like her. I like Adrienne Curry. She used to be married to Peter Brady, or maybe she still is married to Peter Brady. I can't remember.
No, she's got a new dude, but ew, I didn't know she was married to Peter Brady.
Yeah, she was married to, what's his name? Christopher Knight. She was married to that guy.
Why do you go, ooh, he wasn't, there's nothing wrong with Peter Brady. This is an actual set that was built in real life. And you'll see those white elephants, the expression white elephant.
Can't you make the screen larger?
Right.
It is. It's filling the whole screen.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I can do it.
This is amazing.
But see, those could be seen all over Los Angeles, and years after, because these immigrants came over and built this set like for real, where it was really sturdy. And so until they finally demolished the set for a couple of decades after this was filmed in 1915, those elephants could be seen all over LA, and they were useless. They had no use for anyone, so that's where the term white elephant gift comes from. So
oh wow, what a trip.
So
that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so this is and I think there's some shopping mall in LA where they've kind of recreated the set a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on Hollywood
Boulevard. Hollywood and Highland.
Yeah, it's right near the theater, near Grauman's Chinese Theater.
I have to tell you what's going on with that right now. It's very mysterious. They have it veiled in black fabric. That entire Babylonian archway. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on. So people think that that's like symbolic of taking these creeps down.
Well, there's no telling. Look how that is actually. That's not CGI like today. That's actual size. And look at those tiny people.
Better.
It's crazy.
So yeah, those elephants could have been seen for miles there.
Did they use that in Metropolis too? Do you know?
Metropolis was filmed in Germany, and it would have been filmed. Yeah, no, the sets for Metropolis were different, but I think they did have some ancient Babylonian, like Moloch or something, that they were sacrificing to in that movie. Yeah, pretty sure you're right. But that was all different sets.
I like.
Yeah, no, Metropolis gets downright evil, dude. That movie's evil. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, I could swear they used that set or at least partial something like that in Metropolis.
Yeah, similar. Yeah, what they're doing was similar, depicting that time period.
Yeah, that's a great movie. If you can sit through a silent movie, that movie's nuts, man. Have you ever seen that movie?
We like silent movies, but our friend that comes over on Friday says anything but a silent movie. No silent movies.
Yeah, there's people like that don't like silent movies. But
have you seen that movie, Meyer? Have you seen Metropolis?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, that movie's nuts, dude. Yeah, that's a good one.
I've never watched the whole movie all the way through.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've watched it several times, but it's
For years, silent movies looked bad because they would run them on with modern projector speed, and everyone would move real quick and jerky. But when they slow them down to the projection speed, the correct projection speed for that time period, people moved normally, then the movies were no longer silly and obnoxious. And that's one of the problems people have always had about silent movies. They just laughed at them because of the quick speed everyone moved at.
I got the name of it for you. The thing that's really neat when they were building Disneyland, it's called the Imagineering story. So like engineering, Imagineering. That's probably the best thing I've seen on there.
Oh, check it out. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I watched that was really good? Have you guys seen that documentary on Netflix about the octopus? About the guy, what's it called? My Octopus Friend or something?
No, I don't know it.
It's a documentary that you would never expect that is really good, but it's pretty amazing. It's 90 minutes of this guy going back every day, diving the exact same spot, and he gets to know a singular octopus and forms a relationship with this octopus, and he films it all, and it's pretty amazing.
Wow.
Yeah,
they're really sentient, really smart. I mean, you might already know that, but octopi are very intelligent. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Do you ever eat
Yeah.
those Mexican seafood cocktails with the little pieces of octopus?
I would never
Yeah,
eat that.
yeah. And I've eaten a lot of octopus sushi. Yeah.
They're kind of weird and chewy. I think like sometimes I'd rather just get all shrimp, you know?
Right. It's just kind of chewy. It really doesn't even have any taste to it. So it makes you feel bad after you find out how smart octopi are.
Yeah.
Well, I have not had one in a long time. I've been kind of a creep lately because I've been kind of into goat.
Goat?
Yeah. There's a Mexican restaurant I like close by, and just reminds me of a friend that's kind of into like the satanic thing, and he's always like, he wants to eat goat. But I like it. Like there's this soup that I have, and it's really good. Well, sometimes I get on this guilt trip, and I like want to be kosher, and that's like something that you can actually eat still. But then bacon, I'm like, oh my god, bacon.
Man, so I've got my car's all
that hat is
you ever
too
see this
small.
before?
That is too small for
Well,
you.
it's meant for me when I was like in first grade, second grade. I got it, I think, at a Stuckey's. It's got a little alligator guy on it.
That's awesome.
I wish I didn't have a big head. I'd wear this every day. But I got a big nugget.
It's almost like a Bing Crosby hat, except for the lizard on it.
I don't think it's going to work for me. I don't think so.
Instead of a feather, it's a lizard. I think it was someplace like Stuckey's. I swear to God, I think it was. I sure miss those places. Yeah, it fit me at one time.
Did you go anywhere tonight, Meyer?
No, I didn't go
His
anywhere.
car broke down, so it became actually absolutely impossible.
So I got
we had to like have food delivered because we didn't really have anything in the house.
I got to get to the car repair place at first thing in the morning. So I don't know. I'm going to get you breakfast.
No, I just bought eggs and mushrooms and spinach a couple nights ago,
Well,
and I have like goat cheese and pesto.
I don't know if they open at 8 or 9, but we're going to have to, because once I get to the car repair place, I could be stuck there, or I could walk home. They're only a couple blocks from here, luckily, because the way that car engine is sounding, I would not want to drive it more than a few blocks. So
I hope he figures it out tomorrow, and we just, you know.
Hopefully, it's just a belt. You know, I don't know what it is, but it's real. Doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
What's it? Just is it whining?
No, not exactly. It's more kind of chattering and real loud. My friend that knows a lot about cars and played the sound over the phone for him, and he thought it could be an alternator or bearings or something. I don't know cars too well.
I'm spacey. I haven't been feeling well, and like it's really hard to like not stare at all the stuff around.
She never comes
here.
up
I never come up here. It's just like really hard. Oh my God, that's cool.
You might have only been in this room a dozen times in the 8 years you've been here.
I feel like I've had really bad manners tonight because I keep like staring off to the side.
Oh, I'm doing the same thing,
I'm
mainly
like-
because we got this interrogation light.
Oh,
on
and
us.
that thing is
This
horrible.
thing here, I got. That's.
Oh yeah, that's horrible.
It's hot too, and
Oh,
I'm
is
like,
it?
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's really bright. It's like,
Well, you know, I'm going on 6 hours on this party.
yeah, we should probably go.
But
yeah,
but
you're
I wanna do
burning.
more. I
You're
haven't
burning
been doing
time.
many live streams, and I haven't been doing many shows, and I've been doing more canned shows. But then I miss talking to people. So I don't know when are the best times to do live streams.
I don't know, dude. I just go whenever you go, man.
Yeah.
I watch Meyer's channel every once in a while. I watch you guys on Graphic Man on Wednesday, and other than that, the only thing I ever watch besides on YouTube is World War II metal detecting, and I like this train guy called Jawtooth and Hobo Shoestring. Like I'll watch them, you know. So like my average YouTube, most of my YouTube is dedicated to you guys, and you know, maybe like 30 minutes or 40 minutes of World War II metal detecting, and then like maybe another half hour of choo-choo train stuff.
When I
That's
Graphic
it,
Man
man.
show the other night, it was like everybody was on strike. It was like I felt like I was in an airport. Just everybody's gone. And
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. I felt guilty. I wanted to come on, but I was like, because you know, there's a couple times that I can't go on, but I'll watch the show afterwards or whatever. And I remember seeing that in one of the shows. I was like, dang man, I wish I would have went on there, because you know, it's even if I'm just dead space or whatever, it's better than just sitting there. You know what I mean? So.
But what was really cool is that 2 puppets came on.
Yeah, they did. That's right. The 2 pup. Hey, what's the deal with those dudes, man? What's the deal with that? How did you guys hook up with those guys? It's cool. I like them and everything, but what's the deal? How did they?
Eric Breen goes on with a guy named Englantine very often, and Englantine came on my show one time, and Englantine was one of the original 3 founders of Comicsgate, which was a rebellion against all the politically correct stuff in comics about more than a few years ago. So he's important in Comicsgate, and he has an auction on Saturday nights, and he does a lot of reviews of comics, and he gets into the politics a lot simply because the comic industry rubs your nose in it. And
Sure.
And so he's interesting. And I think he names himself after some lyrics he misheard in a Styx song or something, from what I understand. But anyway, so then that Puppetine, I thought that was Englantine operating a puppet of himself, but it's apparently someone else who admires Englantine, and he's got a puppet version of him that looks a lot like a Sesame Street Muppet. It's very professional, I think, and his voice it's very professional. He came on.
We like how he moves him too, and everything's really good.
Yeah, and he comes on within
it's
5
pretty good.
minutes of these shows finishing. A show finishes airing on television, and then within 3 or 4 minutes, they started their review. This puppeting and a frog character, and I think it's brilliant. And then
I think it's
so anyway, those two puppets came on, and I finally have realized that within the last week that they're actually two separate people, Puppeteen and Englandine, and mainly because I've seen a stream where the puppet is on and Englandine, and then it's okay. Well, so
I have a new Facebook profile because I'm like hated on Facebook, but I sent a friend request to the little frog puppet because I just saw him and I was like, I know that guy, so I sent him a friend request. But I'm not cool, so like I don't think he's accepted my friend request.
You wrote your name in ancient Egyptian or something, so how do you expect anyone to know who you are?
I knew exactly who it was when I seen it. It took me a minute, but like within about probably 5 or 6 minutes, I was like, "Oh, I know exactly who that is."
You realized that it was just my name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And most people don't devote 6 minutes to a friend request.
So the first name is just my name in Egyptian, and then the second name is also the origin of my name in Gaelic. And if you just look at it for a little bit, it's like, okay, yeah. It's that weird Egyptian Scottish name.
Not everybody's Sherlock Holmes.
No, I think somebody that's known me my whole life, it's easy if they're smart.
Well, the puppet hasn't known you your whole life.
No, I know. I just hope he accepts my friend request because I think he's cool.
Yeah, well, maybe they're watching this. But yeah, so that's the origin of that, and I think they're cool. I think it's cool to have puppets call in. But I don't know. Someone in chat.
Yeah, I think it's funny.
I don't know about those puppets. And I lost a viewer this evening. I'm now back down to 308, so I must have offended someone this evening.
Oh, well.
I'm very, very distraught about it. So I look like, when I do this, I realize how much I look like Dr. Phibes. You know?
Yeah.
Have I shown you Dr. Phibes?
It's been a while. I could watch it again because I don't really remember.
Killed her. You know? Tom, my friend Tom, the guy that rescued Keanu Reeves, he used to have answering machine messages of Dr. Phibes.
Oh, yeah.
So I've heard all that dialogue so much. Just every time I used to call him back in the 80s, it was always Dr. Phibes answering, or Clint Eastwood asking someone if they feel lucky.
Wow.
Or one
Dude,
time,
what's up with answering machines? They were so cool back in the day. I remember that,
like we could put that stuff on these.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I know you can, but it's not the same thrill because it's not new. But I remember back in the day, like when I finally got my own shack and I could get my own answering machine, I was like, cool, man, I get to put my own message on there, and how am I gonna do it? Now it's like, nonchalant, but back then it was neat, for me anyway.
Yeah, all that technology used to be like James Bond stuff. And I remember the end of that 70s Doc Savage movie, they showed his futuristic answering machine for 1930, where I think it goes to a record, the needle goes down on the record, and says Doc Savage is not in right now, or something like that. He had pioneered answering machine messages.
This room has the best curtains. We either have like not real curtains or just like
I just bought those because I wanted blackout curtains for a movie theater.
Hey, Cleo.
Yeah?
Cleo. Hey, did you see you know who John Mathis is, right?
Who?
John Mathis, the guy that ran Vulture Rock Records.
Oh, yes.
Did you see his room when he pulled up the carpet, the tile that he found at the bottom of his room?
No, but I want to see now.
Yeah, go to Facebook and look up John Mathis and then go through his page. That guy pulled up check it out. He pulled up the carpet in the house. He's had that house for a long time, but he never knew what was in there. He knew there was some kind of linoleum or something under there, right? It's unbelievable. It is like 1948 or probably from 48 to about 51 or 50, very early 50s. It was a kid's playroom, and it's all cowboy and Western tile from that time period. It is amazing. It is jaw-dropping. It is unbelievable. I'm not lying. It is, people have freaked. They're just like, dude, can you take pictures of that? Like, big companies. They're just like, what is that? Where did you get that? Where's that? And like, he's like gonna make money from it because nobody has ever seen that tile.
Well, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, it's linoleum tile, and it's like evidently they made like a kid's playroom, and it was all a cowboy and Western theme. And he lives in Washington, so it's kind of, you would expect to see that maybe California or Arizona or something like that. Not to say that Oregon and Washington aren't the West too, but you'd more expect it's that motif. It's that kind of desert cowboy motif. It's, oh dude, it's jaw dropping. It's unbelievable. It's like, yeah, it looks like a little kid's room. It looks exactly like a kid's room would have looked like in 1948. Parents that had a few bucks that could afford to make their kid's room just bomb. Just
Can we
the
look at
coolest
it on
kid's
here?
room.
No.
Well, we can look at it now. So people are going to try to reproduce it?
Yeah. I've talked to him, and he said that there's companies that want to go out there and like photograph it and whatever because they want to make that tile again. And John doesn't need his money. His parents passed away. They were quite wealthy, but he doesn't care. He's like, yeah, sure. You want to give me a few nickels and dimes for, something that I didn't even have anything to do with. I'm surprised there isn't some company clamoring saying, oh, that's our copyright. You know what I mean? And it's like,
oh, you're friends with him. We could actually look.
Okay. All right. Well, let's look
He's
at it real
friends
quick.
with him, it looks like,
Yeah.
so we can actually look.
Yeah, I don't know who he
You'll
is.
see.
But apparently, I'm his friend.
You suck.
Yeah, he'll have like all his stereo equipment in there.
Wait, I don't think this is him. I think we're looking at the wrong one. This is not him, right? Or is it?
No, he may have put that weird stuff up. He always gets
that might
crazy.
be him, actually, because he's really a records guy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah. Now start scrolling through his page, and because that's his.
He's like, I'm liking these pictures.
How far down is this going to be, you think?
Just keep going.
Look at that turntable.
You're getting closer.
He's always with his turntables.
Are you his friend too?
Yeah, because I used to like his record label. That's where I got both.
There it is, right there.
Right
there. Look at that tile, dude.
Whoa.
Unbelievable. There's better pictures of it too.
Okay.
And all he had to do was rip up a carpet and find a treasure.
That looks amazing.
Yeah,
Isn't that amazing?
It's the coolest floor I've ever seen.
That's dope.
Are there other pictures besides what we're seeing?
I've seen other ones, but I don't know how far back. Like when he first found it. When he first found it, he was just like he documented it. It was crazy. That room used to have some crappy like green carpet in it.
I can't.
There he is, right there.
Cover that.
See, he redoes. There you go. Isn't that amazing, dude?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where to look at the stereo or the floor.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I mean, isn't that a flip? That is such a flip, dude.
That's
There's
him
John right there.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've hung out with him. He's come down here to Fresno and hung out with our band for like a week. I put him up at my apartment. You know, we all hung out together. He was signing us for a new. Yeah. Isn't that amazing, dude? Doesn't it look like your play set, Meyer?
Hold on, I'm in the kitchen.
Oh.
What we send? Does what look like my playset?
The floor.
The floor. It looks
Yeah.
like your cowboy and western play set that you have. You know, with the fort.
Yeah, it does. It's beautiful. That's amazing.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to eat, you guys. I gotta go.
Yeah,
I
we all
forgot to
probably
eat.
need to go.
Yeah.
'Cause I got to get my car fixed in the morning.
Cool,
So,
man.
It was great hanging out with you guys, and
Yeah, absolutely. Happy Halloween, guys. I'll talk
happy
to you guys
Halloween,
soon.
everybody.
Happy Halloween, you guys.
Yeah, I'll be back soon with another amazing broadcast. Take care, everybody.
Amen. Thank you,
Bye, guys.
Gratu. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
Bye, Greta. Bye,
Thanks,
Meyer.
Gratu. Bye,
Bye, everybody.
bye, Greta. Bye, Basil. Bye, Basil. See you guys.
Catch you later.